Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order and acknowledge that we're in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Inuit, Cree, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. My name is Brent McIntyre, and I'll be chairing the panel today. Zooming in is Diane Knight, another panel member, and to my right is Robert Upton. Our assessors today are Jeremy Pohl and Svetlana Shabel, and our administrative personnel is Jaswinder Kumar. We will be hearing applications for revision of the assessment roll in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. Matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application, and we will limit discussion to those matters. The statements that are made at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anyone speaking to the matters must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessments of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the Board of Revision. Board of Revision is appointed annually by Council and is independent of it and the City Administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the Board's decisions with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or to the Court of Queen's Bench if the matter pertains to the application of exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the Board's order. With respect to the hearing process, I'll confirm the points of appeal with your property to be addressed, with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony followed by questions that the applicant may have, and then the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all of the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all the applications have been heard, and the Board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You will receive the Board's decision by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record. We will be hearing items 1, 2, 3, and 5 on our docket today. Mr. Kumar, please affirm the assessors and applicants' testimony.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Madam Assessor, please state your full name.
Svetlana Shabel.
Thank you. Do you affirm that the evidence you are about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Step again, please. State your full name.
Rod Slaughter.
Thank you. So you affirm that the evidence you are about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please, sir.
The first item on the docket today is 765 Portage Avenue, and I will ask both parties if there's any preliminary issues on this one. Rod?
Nope, no preliminary.
Svetlana, any preliminary issues?
No.
Then you can start with your presentation.
File number 22-866. Roll number 13096119100. Subject property located in 765 Portage Avenue. Owner is NVWH Portage Inc. We are valuing the property as a stand on January 1st, 2023, based on economic condition April 1st, 2021. This appeal is with respect to the amount of the assessed value only. Based on the evidence in this report, it is assessor's opinion that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is $1,011,000, in that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. On my page number 1, the subject property is office building located in the commercial community and neighborhood St. Matthew. Assessed land area of 4,206 square feet. Gross floor area of subject property 8,916 square feet, and leasable area 6,707 square feet. On page number 2, I have presented air photo of the subject property. It's located north from Portridge, with Portridge and Broadway started. On page down, we can see it's facing Portridge Avenue. On page number 3, it's a irregular shape of a land. Photo from the street on page number 3. Subject sale history. Subject property was sold in 2013 for property together. On page number 4, I have presented first property, subject property on 765 Portridge Avenue. On our right, 755 Portridge Avenue, also office building. 741 Portridge Avenue, it's a retail store, and also 285 Victor Street, it's a surface parking. Sale was in May 2020 and 2013 for 13,200,000. On next page, number 5, subject property has existing lease, tenants, intertribal child and family service. Lease started in July 2020 for 7 years. Area 6,642 square feet at $10. On bottom, we can see that income expenses mailer provided to us, and 2020 income information reported by the owner. The rental income was $66,420. Parking income was $154,920. Total revenue $221,340. So area $6,642, and revenue per square foot $33.32. With net operating income reported to us around $74,000. On page number 6, income expense mailer shows that subject property in adjacent property 755 Portridge Avenue has same parking spot, and revenue was reported to us $154,920 for 2 properties together. On page number 7, I have presented 9 office rent started between lease started from 2016 to April 1st, 2021. Let's look in my first comparable 755 Portridge. It's adjacent property. Lease started in December 2018 for 10 years for 35,200 square feet at $21.50. Set comparables from 2 to 6. It's on Caridon Avenue. I have presented 3 leases on main floor and 2 leases on the second floor, started between 2016 and 2021. Its range between $11 on second floor and $15 on main floor. It depends also of square footage rented. Non-comparable number 7, 887 Caridon Avenue, main and second floor, like subject property, it's 2-floor building. Lease started in March 2020, 1,600 square feet for $13.03. Another lease on 575 Wall Street, lease both floor main and second. Lease started in February 2019 for 13,454 square feet at $19.34. In my last comparables, number 9, 28 Queen Elizabeth Way, main floor, 2,100 square feet at $19.55. We can see mean or average $15.34 and media $14.75. We have assess property. My income stream on page number 8. We have assessed property at 6,707 square feet at $11.51 for both floors. We did apply 6% vacancy loss, expenses 3%, shortfall 8%, capitalization $8, capitalization rate at 6.65%. So our estimated value of $1,011,000. Let's go to the page number 12. It's a assessment for 2023 on same amount. On page number 13, I have presented the permit issued in 2017 for renovation was used declared construction value of $460,000 before recently tenants move in. On next page, I did presented on page number 14. I have presented both floor map, main and second floor map. On page number 15, started income expenses mailer provided to us, where we can see on page 18 that net operating income reported to us 74,177, and we assess property net operating income of 67,200. It's less of what reported to us. And on page, okay, I presented 2 years income expenses mailer. On page number 29, my red comparables map. You can see on this maps that red dot is subject property. All my comparables not far away from the subject property. Let's again look on my each comparables. On page number 30, it's my first comparable 755 Portridge, both floor, rented for $21.50 per square foot for area over 35,000. On my page 31, 5 comparables of 611 Caridon, main floor, rented between $13.50 to $15 per square foot, and second floor rented $16 or $11 for 3,000 square feet. On page 32, 887 Caridon, rent main and second floor in 2020 for $13.03. On page number 33, 575 Wall Street, main and second floor rent at $19.34 in 2019 for area over 13,000 square feet. On page 34, 228 Queen Elizabeth Way, rent in 2018 and $19.55. And we have assessed property less as $12 per square foot. So based on evidence in this report, it is assessor opinion that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2023 at $1,011,000, and that the 2020 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Rod, any questions?
I do, Mr. Chairman. I also have a little bit of rebuttal evidence that perhaps I can submit after the questions.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Shapel. I do just have a few questions. I just want to confirm the subject property is a 1974 age structure, which is situated on a parcel of land with a very small land to building ratio. So there's really no parking on the subject property. Is that correct?
If you open page number 4 on my report, owner has free 2 office buildings. They all together, 2 office building, 1 retail, and 2 parking spots behind retail and behind office at 755 Portridge Avenue. So it's a conglomerate of 4 property together.
Yeah, okay. So on this roll number though, there's just maybe the 1 or 2 stalls at back. And then as they're saying, there's additional parking behind 755 Portridge.
Correct. And owner reported that from parking spot, parking lot, he collected 154,000. And I cannot separate how much parking. Oh, okay. Yeah, because this subject property use parking behind adjacent property.
Adjacent property separately assessed. Okay, thank you. The building is assessed, the leasable area is the main floor, and there's a second floor as well. That's correct.
Correct.
And are you aware if the building is sprinklered?
After renovation, yes, it's sprinkled now because they in 2019 they put 460,000 in renovation. A new standard that should be sprinkled.
And on page 17 and 19, you've included what the owners have submitted.
Correct.
And for this specific property, which is just the 2-story structure, 765 Portage, on page 17, you have their income statement, and it shows a rental income of 66,420. Is that correct? Okay.
Correct.
Page 19, it gives a little more information about that particular rent. It's based on 6642 square feet, very close to what the city's using for a leaseable. That's the main and second floors. And it's it appears to be a net lease that is arm's length open market, correct? This is, yeah. And that equates to, it was $10 a square foot when the lease commenced. And just after the reference date, it's stepping up to $11. So you've provided a number of comparisons as your basis for the market rent potential of the subject. Do you think that the actual arm's length rent signed very close to the reference date might actually provide the best evidence?
This rent and $10 also these tenants can use parking lot on adjacent property. So if he uses a parking lot on adjacent property, it's extra money collected to the owner, and we somehow should capture parking and building. That's why if they rent specific for $10 per square foot, our assessment that this property has access to parking spot around $12 per square foot.
Sorry, so you're saying that because it has access to adjacent separately assessed parking, that would be a premium to the market rent? Is that correct?
Yeah, it will be an addition to market rent, yes.
But of course, that would be a consideration that was contemplated in the meeting of the minds for the actual lease, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Just a couple other questions. The capitalization rate that you applied, 6.65%. Are you aware that for the last assessment, the city had applied 7.3% as the cap rate?
6.65% is model-driven capitalization rate. Our model estimate all sale across Winnipeg. I believe it's a right capitalization rate for this type of property.
Okay. Is there anything in evidence to support that capitalization rate that the model derived?
Let's open page number 10. We have outside sources about capitalization rate on office buildings. And we can see that city assess downtown 8 at between 6%. Collier shows the downtown 8 property 5.5 to 6.25. The downtown B property 6.25 to 7.25. So our assessment 6.65 inside Colliers range. CBRE showed that downtown B or suburban B. Let's see downtown B 6.5 to 7. 6.65 we assess in society's range. If you take a suburban A, it's 6.5, 7 to 7.5 CBCRE. Cashman showed 6.75 and to 750. Downtown, because it's very close to downtown, it showed 6.25. Downtown B 6.25 to 6.75. It's our assessment already again inside this range. I believe it's right. Capitalization rate applied to this property.
Okay, is this property located in the downtown?
It's very close to downtown, but if you look on suburban 8, it's still inside this range. For example, CBRE, suburban 8, 6.5 to 7%, it's inside this range. Cushman Wakefield showed 6.25 to 6.75. Our assessment is 6.65 cap rate used for income approach inside this range.
Okay, on page 8, the property is described by the city in the classification as an OFS. Does that refer to being a suburban office?
Yes, because it's not specific in downtown, it's suburban A.
Okay, that was my next question. So there's suburban A and suburban B, according to the brokers. And would this be A or B?
You can see that city assess April 1st, 2018, 18, similar between 5.55 to 9.5 for A and B, or percentile 20 and 80 percentile between 6.2 7.3. Our subject property cap rate inside this range, and we don't separate suburban A and B. We apply same capitalization rate. But
It's all you consider it all the same. Okay, but
yeah, but we have different capitalization rate for downtown A and B.
Yeah. The brokers seem to have a differentiation. If we go back to page 10, you referred to the evidence that the brokers had stated. And if we do look at the suburban categories, they have A and B, but those ranges are generally 6.5 to 7.5. You'd agree?
What we apply between 6.2 to 7.3.
Yeah, so I guess my question is, this is a 1974 building with no parking on site, not located in the downtown, located actually at Portage and I think Toronto Street. If the range of cap rates has a low for class B, even class A actually looks like at 6.5 and it goes up to 7.5. Would you agree that 6.65 seems to be an aggressively optimistic cap rate based on that range?
It's still inside outside sources for Colliers, CBCRE and Cushman Wakefield. It's between, they show between 6.5 to 7.5. And and also this building was full renovation around $500,000. For our assessment, only $1,011,000. I feel our assessment fair and should be confirmed.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. That's all the questions.
Thank you very much. Diane, do you have any questions?
I do not.
And Robert?
No questions now, thank you.
So just to confirm, this is not in the downtown area,
It's suburban, close to downtown. It's suburban area, correct?
but it's not in the downtown area.
No,
Okay,
it's
thank you.
St. Matthew neighborhood.
That was my only question. Thank you very much. And Rod, you can proceed with your presentation.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, should I do rebuttal now while it's short,
Sure.
but
We have,
Yeah, I just put it in the.
oh, you just put it in.
it's very short. It's
I
just.
sent you an email, Ms. Chapel.
When this rebuttal was presented,
Sorry,
when this rebuttal we received,
I just received it in the morning today.
so I didn't have time to review entire object for this rebuttal.
Well, they could present
Did you
rebuttal.
add the rebuttal to the list?
Yeah, I did add that to the list.
Oh,
Oh, I
'cause
see it now. Okay,
Got it? Okay.
Where's the rebuttal? I can't see
I
it.
don't have it either.
I've got it. It's the third or fourth thing down.
Oh, okay. No, I see, because there it is. Yeah, I see it. It's the third item in this for this address. Okay.
Yeah. You got that, Ms. Chapel?
Yes, it was received 9:17 this morning, and we start hearing at 9. I didn't have time to review. I object this rebuttal.
Pardon me?
I didn't have time to review rebuttal. I would object. But it's up to chairman if it's allowed, showed or no, presented for this hearing.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess and we'll discuss this.
Sure.
We have reviewed the rebuttal evidence and have agreed to allow it into evidence. Any party can submit rebuttal at the hearing. You can take a quick look at it now as Mr. Slaughter is going over it. Can you hear me, Svetlana?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Rod, proceed with the rebuttal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Really, all it is just to bring a bit more color to the comparison. So we talked about the best way to establish a fair and appropriate market rent for the subject. We have in evidence the actual arm's length lease. The assessor mentioned some other comparisons. And so I wanted to just talk a bit about those. So the very first one that was mentioned is the adjacent building at 755 Portage Avenue. It's a much larger building at the photograph here. And it was built in 2009. And this is for the WRHA. I just, anything could be a good comparison, but I think we have to recognize the different factors which might require quantitative or qualitative adjustment. And this certainly would be one based on its age. The second through, I think, fifth or sixth comparisons are all located within a property 611 Corden. This was built in 1987. It's located in the heart of Corden Village. I know this property because our appraisal group actually used to be in this building before they came over to our office at Richardson Building. And I know that they very much missed the parking at the back. There's about 15 or 16 stalls at the back of the building. The next comparison is also in Corden Village. I don't have any other information, but I provided a picture of it. It appears to be 1980s vintage at 867 Corden. This is one that I did want to bring up some information on. I had this comparison come up last cycle, and we did some title searches because we knew that there was something about this property that we needed to delve further into. So 575 Wall is, and I have on the additional pages, the business assessment notice and the property assessment notice. And we could show that Joe Cairo is the occupant. He's the son of Frank Cairo, who is the principal of the property registered Frank Cairo Enterprises Limited. And this is it's like a beauty school. So it's their property, and they set up an internal rent between father and son. What we're not sure of is if that rent is actually supposed to be a gross or semi-gross, but the point is it doesn't matter. We personally would exclude this comparison for the reason that we submit that it's non-arm's length. And that's really the main one. The rest I just wanted to bring some color to, but that's the main one I wanted to bring focus on. And the last comparison, sorry, I have missed a page there. Just to confirm, I've covered the main points. 28 Queen Elizabeth. Again, this is a much newer property. It was constructed in the mid to late 1990s, and I consider it superior. So that's all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Svetlana, any questions?
Yes, you can see, for example, last property number 9, rent, yes, rent for $19.55. We took into consideration location and age. We assess less than $12 per square foot.
Yeah, fair enough. Thank you.
Same on wall, around $19. On corridor 611, I showed that main and second floor rent a little bit different, between $11 per square foot to $16 per square foot. And I know that 755 rent For $21.50, it's more medical facility, and we assess LaSalle's $12. We took all my comparables recently rent before reference day April 1st, 2021, and it's very well supported our assessment. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane, any questions?
I have no questions.
Robert?
None for me, thank you.
I have a question. So your comment, Rod, was that 755 Portage was built in 2009 and was not a fair comparison. So my question is regarding the subject property. It was built in 74. And in 2017, there was a renovation permit that the assessor included in their evidence. Would that realistically still be an effective age of 1974?
No, you're right. It was.
I'm just asking Rod the question.
It's very good question because it's built 1974, but after renovation, it should be effective years around 2000 or 1990. I will be looking at this. I will review.
Well, Mr. Shield, I have a concern with that comment because is the effective age not currently adjusted from 74 to 76? And this renovation was in 2017.
Correct.
Subjectively, that would mean the effective age is 2000?
No, not 2000, but it should be much higher than 1976.
Okay, so if I may answer that question, Mr. Chairman, it's a good question because we have to look at the current physical condition. But if you look at that permit, what it is basically interior alterations. And this is exactly what we would have undergone in our office, where we had to take what the previous law office and reconfigure the demising walls. And when you do that, you have to readjust your mechanical systems and electrical, of course, for the new offices. And typical cost of that is around $75 a foot. I know because we went through it. In fact, it's higher now as we go through the supply side disruptions. That equates to $69 a foot. That's what it was. It was reconfiguring the space for child and family services. So I don't think that changes the effective age at all. It's not capital improvements. It's more tenant specific.
Well, it's hard to tell. I'm just suggesting that the mechanical in there is now 2017, correct?
I don't know if the mechanical is complete. The full description is this of that permit. Child and family services occupancy and interior alterations to include demolition of indicated partition walls and construction for new partition walls for a new tenant in an existing office building. Mechanical and electrical work being done. So it doesn't say that it was completely revamped. As I say, when you change an office, if we put up a demising wall, you may have to reroute your HVAC systems. And so that when I read that, that's what I infer. I could be wrong.
Well, I guess the question is that we don't know if the HVAC was upgraded. Certainly when you're moving partition walls, I think you will agree that you're rewiring it.
Yes, exactly. You have to put the new plugs in, and that's what I read into when they say electrical and mechanical work done. That's my interpretation, but it's a fair question.
Okay, that was my only question.
Could I add information? Our record showed that it was a plumbing and an electrical work done in 2018 through 2019 for this property.
Well, my question is, was there other permits taken out for that?
Yes, we have several additional permits taken after occupancy.
Mr. Chairman, if it's in evidence.
2020.
But you didn't put it into evidence.
No, I just posted support that this building renovated, it's solid building, masonry bearing wall and good renovated.
Okay, well, just to wrap this up, we'll put due weight on the evidence on the rebuttal and we'll move on. So Rod, you can go to your main brief.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The assessor has gone through the description of the property. We talked about that. I think the board understands. There's some photographs on the page, bottom of page 6. It's a 2-story, original age 1974, effective age TBD, on the corner of Toronto and Portage Avenue, outside of the downtown area. The building basically takes up the entire footprint of the assessment. There's room at the back only for about 1 car and a garbage bin. So there's no parking revenue associated with the property. We talked about the permit. In my opinion, this is more considered tenant-specific improvements. There may be some upgrades to mechanicals, but I don't think it would affect drastically change the effective year. But the main point, Mr. Chairman, is those improvements were done in order to secure a lease. And that lease contemplates the work the landlord would have put in. So no matter what happened, the fact is that the lease recognizes that. And the lease that's in evidence and we discussed is from 2017, time of the renovations, through to 2027. And it's at $10 a square foot, arm's length with Child and Family Services. From my analysis, I believe it is net. That lease stepped up just after the reference date to $11. And we typically recognize step ups that are contemplated in cap rates, but when it happens within, say, 6 months period, we'll use that. We'll use the step up in our analysis of stabilized income. And so we feel that the best indicator when we look at different rents in the city, the best indicator is often what's happening at the subject property, unless there's a story that tells you otherwise, unless it's not arm's length or was signed in 1997 and extended gazillions of times or whatever the case may be. Certainly non-arm's length is a big one. But this is what I'd call a clean lease. And I see no reason why we would deviate from that to apply a hypothetical rent. But we do also recognize that our exercise is to apply a market rent. When a contract rent is the best indicator, so be it. But it's still a market rent exercise. For that reason, I as well have looked at comparisons in the market, but I tried to stay with buildings with a similar sort of effective age to what the city had, and many of them on Portage Avenue outside of the downtown. So there's a list of 14 comparisons.
Okay, what page you on?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm going rather fast. Right? Page 11, Mr. Chairman.
Robert, you have it?
Got it? No.
Dan?
I'm good.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay, thank you. So this is again, not to supersede, but to test the validity in the market of the actual lease. And we have a range that's shown here. The $5.26 is the lowest. I would put the least weight on that. It is an upper floor. But otherwise, we have a fairly tight range between around $10 to $12 a square foot. The average is $10.65, the median $11.50. In my opinion, that supports our position that the contract rent is the best indicator of market. For this type of property of this age in this location with this land to building ratio. So we apply $11 a square foot as the rent. We agree to the market vacancy on our analysis. We agree to the city's application of 6%. We accept the market shortfall. The actual operating expenses are slightly higher, but while we do typically look to actual operating expenses as the best indicator of shortfall, this isn't significantly higher. We'll accept the $8. We do have a difference of opinion on non-recovered expenses. This will be an item that we'll probably spend a bit of time on this morning. If this is the right time, maybe I'll ask the board to refer to a separate document that discusses non-recovered expenses.
And is this going to apply to all properties?
It will apply to all properties.
Well, we might as well hear it now. And I think most of it have been exposed to this document. So that's in your non-recoverable expense allowance study, right?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, there'll actually be two separate studies that I'll refer to. Again, they'll apply to all the hearings today, but I'll touch upon both now before returning to the original document.
Okay.
Okay. So the non-recovered expenses. Altus Group had undertaken a pretty large study for the 2020 assessment, because at that time, for the first time in the history of the income approach being used for the assessments, the city had changed that allowance from being 7% down to 2%. And for this cycle, they've actually increased slightly to 3%. But I want to talk a bit about this because this becomes a very cloudy issue. So I want to go back to the description of what this allowance actually referred to. And in the past, assessment parameters from the city of Winnipeg would provide a bit more description of what each item, market rents or vacancy or non-recovered, might include. And on page 1 of this study, we go back to when they used to describe the items in more in full, 1998. Non-recoverable operating expenses, that's what this category is called. They broke it into two categories, one called management. So these are owner manager related expenses that you cannot recover in the typical leases, okay? Even with the net leases and competent management, there still will be expenses incurred by the landlord that are non-recoverable from the tenants. And they give some examples of these are processing payments and chasing bad debts. There's a number of items that I'll describe because we then go to textbooks to see what does this encompass. And the second subcategory of this was called other, which included structural reserve. They go on in the manual to describe non-recovered expenses. They say certain non-recoverable operating expenses are deducted from the effective market income to obtain the net operating income from the property. With current lease arrangements, the operating costs in the typical office building are recovered from the tenant. So most of your expenses, utilities, taxes, you typically recover those. However, even on a net rental basis, there are a number of areas where the property owner must cover expenses. Thus, the effective market income must be reduced. The income, not the rent, but the income must be reduced by the amount of these unrecoverable expenses to determine the net operating income. So that's what the city of Winnipeg had fully described this allowance to encompass. So now, the only thing that happened over time, actually, Mr. Chairman, is that full description that we had got shortened and shortened in the parameters to the point where that item was simply called management, just management, not non-recovered management allowances. And I think at that time, there started to be some confusion about, is this referring to non-recovered management costs or management expense? Because that's typically recovered, almost always has been. But I think we've established, no, that's not what it was ever supposed to refer to. So now let's talk about this concept of non-recovered expenses, the whole concept. And now we turn to appraisal text. So I quote from a textbook called Case Studies and Appraisal 1 from the Sauder School of Business at UBC.
Again, what page are you on?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, now I'm on page 3. I'm actually at the bottom of page 3.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so this is now the appraisal text talking about this concept. And they quote, and I have it kind of in a recessed quote near the bottom of the page, the appraiser should also account for non-recoverable expenses, also called non-rechargeable expenses. This is exactly what we were referring to in the assessment parameters earlier. The most important non-recoverable cost items to be aware of are space marketing costs, which include both tenant inducements and leasing costs, and an allowance for structural or mechanical repairs. The other cost associated with leasing space is leasing fees or commissions. They're very clear. These are expenses that are real. And if you're valuing a property, you have to consider them in some way. Now, how to consider them is where the discussion will take a different turn, because some people have tried to take that and do inappropriate things as deductions, and the boards have said, no, I'll describe that later. But let's be clear about this for a moment. What had been recognized in the city assessment parameters is corroborated by the appraisal text as being an appropriate deduction and including space marketing costs, among others. I then refer to a second text, it's office property valuation, and this is also from the University of British Columbia. Now, Mr. Chairman, if I could ask you to turn to page 4.
Yes, we're there.
Okay, so in this text, and this is a really good course because it delves more into true office valuation. And they have a great definition here at the bottom where they clearly define what is recoverable typically and what is not recoverable. And your recoverables are what we all basically know: taxes, utilities, cleaning, management fees. You know, those are typically recovered. So that's not what we're talking about. It's at the second section, leasing and capital costs, in brackets, non-recoverable expenses. This is what we're talking about. The appraiser should also account for non-recoverable expenses, and they reiterate the same point. The most important non-recoverable cost items to be aware of are space marketing costs, which include both tenant inducements and leasing costs, and an allowance for structural or mechanical repairs. Exactly what we used to have in this assessment parameters. We have looked to other assessment jurisdictions, and we note SAMA in Saskatchewan in their manual, which is quite lengthy. I'm now on page 5, Mr. Chairman. And they talk about how they determine net operating income. They do bring up the concept, the same words, non-recoverable operating expenses. And if you go to page 6, they're a little bit more clear about what this item is. And they say at the top of page 6, the operating expenses that are typically not recovered from tenants under the terms of a lease are as follows. Legal and audit fees. So that's another one that is very important, that because people have been mentioning the top ones, but professional fees are also a large item that can be incurred. Structural repairs, advertising and promotion, and leasing commissions. So again, establish that these are all the types of expenses that are real, that owners incur, and that we need to recognize when valuing a property. So I'll turn to page 8, Mr. Chairman. And what Altus had done is look into this item. So we sit back and we say, okay, there's all these items that need to be considered, but what is being asked or suggested in the assessment parameters is that we don't take lump sum deductions. Like if I came in and said for 765 Portage that there was $460,000 the landlord had to spend to get that tenant, I'm not saying we deduct that to come to the value, right? That's not appropriate because that's a lump sum amount and it already occurred also. What we're saying is that these type of space marketing costs, whatever it may be, the costs that you need to spend to get the money in the door as revenue should be looked at in an amortized fashion over the economic holding period of the property. Because otherwise you would have this, right? Every time you have another large leasing cost, your income drops and it becomes skyrocketing back up. It actually makes sense. The more I thought about it, this after discussing it many times in 2020, the more I thought it completely makes sense to approach it this way. You amortize it. So we said, okay, let's look to, we have quite a bit of data. Let's look to properties over a 6-year period and see what we find for these items. And the items that we looked at are, as per the appraisal text, leasing commissions. We did look at tenant improvement allowance, but I'm going to describe how that one is on the fence. So we kind of did 2 analyses. Marketing, advertising, bank services charges, all of these non-recovered expenses. And then we took out the ones that weren't appropriate. We took out anything to do with building maintenance because theoretically that's considered in the 2% structural reserve. We took out financing fees and mortgage interest, of course, that's not appropriate in the fee simple analysis. We took out depreciation. We took out utilities that were not recovered from vacant units, because that's a different thing. Those are recoverable expenses that didn't get recovered. And that we capture in shortfall. So we're being very careful to try and make sure we're not double counting anything. So those came out. And bad debts, of course, is typically considered in the analysis of vacancy. And so what we're left with is leasing commissions, professional fees, asset management fees, and advertising and marketing. On page 10 is a summary of all the properties we looked at. It was over a 3-year period. So we stabilized that over a 3-year period. And
that's page 11.
On page 10 is the summary.
No, page 11 on.
Oh, is it different?
On the PDF file.
Okay, apologies. I might have.
I think it's 1 page out.
Yeah. Okay, page 11. So you'll see a chart that has 30 comparisons of all different types, commercial, industrial. And in some cases, the property may have gone through some hard times during the period we analyze, and they're quite high, and they can be quite low in other cases. And this is the caution, is that valuing a property, we shouldn't just look to 1 year's income statement or 2 years income statement and say, my God, they spent $460,000 or they spent $0. Because again, this is supposed to be an amortized over time, right? So there's a caution there of looking at only 1 or 2 years. But in 3 years, we come across and we have an average of about 6% as the median. And this is to compare to not the 7% total, Mr. Chairman, but just the 5% that's in question, the 5% that disappeared in 2020. So we're finding that actually it did make sense. If we look at appraisal theory, if we look at market practice, if we look at the languages that were originally fully described in the assessment parameters, and we look to the market, it all ties together. Now, we also did the same analysis in the last column with TIs included, and that's a touchy issue. The ratio comes higher. So just to be clear, that the 6% that we conclude is without tenant improvement costs. A second thing I'll point out is that 1, 2, 3 of the 30 comparisons are single tenant buildings. So based on that, Mr. Chairman, we submit, again, to reiterate, assessment guidelines have discussed this concept. Appraisal texts corroborate this concept, elaborate on this concept, describe what should be included. We know these expenses are real. We know people consider them when they purchase a property. And we submit that there's no reason why this should have been excluded from the previous assessment or reduced to simply 1% plus the 2 structural reserve or other for the total 3. It doesn't seem appropriate, especially when, and this is kind of the nail in the coffin as far as I'm concerned. When I get to our direct evidence for further properties, I'll be talking about quotes in the market. I'll just state this under oath, but this is a fact. These costs are escalating greatly in the last number of years. It's costing more and more dollars for an owner to attain revenue than it has in years, since perhaps about the 1990s. And there are a few reasons for that, not just supply side disruptions, but also the supply demand balance in downtown Winnipeg office. So once we've established that we feel it's appropriate to include the allowance, I find it even stranger that this of all times is when we start thinking about trying to reduce that allowance. And the last parts of the analysis, we want to be clear that when we're valuing a property, this kind of a concept could be recognized in the capitalization rate. The fact is, you can't ignore it. You know, it would be inappropriate to ignore reality. But one could recognize it in the capitalization rate. And there is a concern, and we'll see this in some discussions of board decisions, where one of the reasons people are hesitant about increasing this item, for example, is because, well, do we know that was done in other properties? And so I'm going to conclude the non-recovered expense discussion, Mr. Chairman, and move over to the capitalization rate discussion, because I want to be clear. Altus is being very consistent in this manner. And when we value properties, or sorry, when we analyze capitalization rates, if we have the data, we make sure that we treat the NOI in the same way that we would do in valuing the property. And that means we exclude the 7% non-recovereds in our cap rate deductions. Therefore, it is consistent and appropriate. If we weren't deducting the 7% from our cap rates, what would happen is those cap rates would be higher. So it's in our mind, it's 6 of one, half dozen the other. Either we recognize it in the NOI or you recognize it in the cap rate. But you can't ignore it. Okay. I think I'll conclude. We have the supporting evidence in the study, but I'll move past that and maybe ask if we could turn to the capitalization rate study next.
Let us get there.
Sure.
Put under a separate heading here.
Yeah.
Should be a separate
It's
document.
office cap rate 2023 final.
Right at the bottom.
Down near the bottom, yeah.
Okay, got it.
Okay, Rod, you can proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we've talked about the non-recovery expenses. Now we'd like to talk about the capitalization rate, and everything intertwines. That's one of the important points to remember when we're talking about valuation. Direct capitalization, just as a quick overview, it considers a stabilized first year net operating income and processes that into an indication of value. So the key point here is that it's a stabilized first year. You're not to take information from the future. You should be looking at present, but you should be forecasting what you think might happen to that present income. Methodology. This is stated in the appraisal of real estate, second Canadian edition. I'm on the bottom of page 3. I'm just going to kind of move fairly quickly, Mr. Chairman. So I'll just point out what page I'm on, and because a lot of this the board is well aware of, I don't need to go through it again. But this is an important concept. Bottom of page 3. The appraiser must make certain that net operating income of each comparable property is calculated and estimated in the same way that the net operating income for the subject property is estimated. That's the concept I just talked about. If we're applying 7% when we value the property, we have to make sure 7% was deducted in the cap rates. Page 5. Just want to give a bit of history, because let's keep in mind when we're talking about this property and its valuation, we're talking about the value as of April 1, 2021. And we all know what was happening at April 1, 2021. We were in the heart of a pandemic. So let's back up now and talk about what was happening just before that pandemic. So I looked to the previous reference date and what brokers were saying about capitalization rates. Now, as a caveat to this, we look to the broker study simply as a secondary source of information and as a guide. We don't know how they were derived. We don't know what calculations they may have used, if they applied actual rents, market rents, etc. So we don't like pinpointing it, but we simply use it as a guide. And what they're suggesting at that time is for, well, let's talk about what I would consider this property, an office suburban B. You'll see on page 5 that for 2018, so the later columns, Collier, CBRE, and Cushman were all stating a low of 6.5 to a high of 7.5% as the cap rates. Some of this information will be germane for later discussions, but I'm going to skip it now. On page 6, then, we tried to find some sales that we could to derive capitalization rates from. And I'll admit, this is a rather difficult exercise. Sometimes what we have to do is what I call imputing a cap rate, because you don't have actual income. So you're kind of looking at what the market would be, which is still fair because that's the same rationale we're using in valuing the property as a market approach. But these are based on actual incomes. And there's 5 comparisons we looked at that time. So these sales are from 2015 up to 2018. They're all pertinent for the last assessment cycle. But the reason I'm mentioning it, Mr. Chairman, is that what we're saying here is that our findings were basically corroborating what the brokers were saying. You know, it was somewhere for suburban offices like the first, second, and third. It was the cap rates were between 6.49 or 5 to 7.22. We've established that makes sense. That's kind of the range. And so now I'd like to turn to page 8. We've established what was happening in what I'll call rosier times in April 18. And now let's bring ourselves up to the current reference date. So as you're well aware, in March of 2020, most office employees were asked to work from home as the coronavirus became pandemic. And by April 21, the reference date, the majority of workers were working from home. Now, that didn't mean anything about, or it didn't impact directly financial statements for office buildings. Leases were in place. Nobody was downtown, but leases were in place. But as the pandemic wore on, I think we all know this, that employers started to find that productivity could be met in a work from home environment. Certainly employees were preferring that. There's a quote here from Avis & Young in Q1 21 at the reference date, Winnipeg Office Market Report, that 67% of employees want to work in a manner that is more balanced. This transcedes to the return to office where flexibility and choice are key. So what people are starting to realize is this isn't April 18 anymore. Things have changed. And an owner or a manager of an office property would be saying to themselves, the rent that I have today, when that lease comes up, may be a concern. Because many tenants are likely to downsize or perhaps not even renew. And this is in face of what had already been an increasing vacancy environment through downtown Winnipeg. When we talk about capitalization rates, one of the big things that I like to describe is the feeling in your gut if you own a property. That would be one of the biggest disruptors to my digestive system I could hear about for office properties. It brings a huge degree of uncertainty. How does one recognize uncertainty in the future when they're valuing a property is in the capitalization rate. There's further quotes here about the challenges. Prairie office sector faces challenges in 2021 The second last paragraph, Mr. Chairman, on page 8, I think is a very telling one. As many tenants have opted for short-term leases or extension of existing leases. Colliers Canada said it's hard to get a clear picture of the timeline for relocation of lease renewals going into 2021. So at the reference date, if you look around the market, what you're starting to see is those people who are renewing are extending on short-term bases. Again, that brings extra risk to your future income streams. So what I think was really kind of exciting to be a part of is that Altus Group, through the pandemic, because of course we have a large appraisal division as well, and we needed to be on top of what the market was thinking on all aspects, but capitalization rates were certainly one. And when we talk about getting investor sentiment, we look to different primary and secondary sources. In my mind, the best thing to do is go to the people who are making the decisions. Go to the top people across Canada in real estate and say, what are you thinking right now? And we did this study, and I actually had the chance to be involved in it, so it was quite exciting, in April, July, and November of 2020. And these included pension funds, life companies, REITs, private companies, and brokers as well, and other consultants, to gauge the effect of what was happening at April 21. And here's a few highlights from the office study on page 9. In a context of increased vacancy and anticipated hike in sublease space, landlords will try to maintain face rates by adding more tenant incentives, which will have an impact on NER's net effective rents, more so in the downtown core. This is exactly what I just said earlier. We're talking about a concept of non-recovered expenses that are increasing, and yet we're reducing them to value properties for assessment purposes. Another key point, lower quality assets, especially older class B and C downtown buildings, will suffer the most from flight to quality and structural vacancy. Our survey indicated 57% of respondents expected office tenants to downsize their space in the future. These are the people who own and manage the buildings, Mr. Chairman. 57% as of November 2020. Most of them felt that it would be a downsize of between 10 to 20% in space. Here's some of the figures from the study, Mr. Chairman, on pages 10 and 11. Let's quickly walk through these. The question, do you expect office tenants to downsize their space requirements in the future as a result of the increase brought on by this pandemic of work from home? I was trying to think what's the WH, work from home brought on by this pandemic. 57% said yes. If so, by how much do you estimate on average? The largest majority said between 10 to 20%. This is a major factor that if I owned a property, I'd be thinking about in April 21. Next, page 11, what percentage change in market rents or face rents are you forecasting for 2021 fiscal year? Just to be clear, the downtown is in gray and suburban is in black. And so more people downtown thought there'd be a slight decrease in face rents. And for lower quality, they thought that decrease would be even higher. Overall, the majority of respondents were of the opinion that office capitalization rates would increase in 2021. The percentage of those expecting an increase was actually greater in November 2020 than it was in June 2020. So when we first started the study at the top of the pandemic, people were thinking this is terrible, but it's hopefully an event, bounce down, bounce back up. But by November 2020, closer to the reference date, people were saying this is not only lasting far longer, but that's not the point. This is changing the nature of the office market. Go forward. It's not an event. Most felt that, and this is now page 12, they were asked again, the black is the bar that was the later one, that was in November, June was in gray, and they were asked, what do you think will happen to the higher quality office cap rates? And they said, most of them were saying 25 to 50 basis points increase in June, but then by November, a lot of people were starting to say, actually, we think it might be more like 50 to 75. For lower quality, much more thought it would be closer to 50 to 75 basis points. So let me pause a moment. The range that I provided to you earlier for suburban office cap rates by the brokers, corroborated by Altus's study, was 6.5 to 7.5. And now we're taking that study from pre-pandemic and moving it into the pandemic. And what would one believe would happen? According to the study, those rates would actually increase. An increase in office capitalization rates for 2021 was also stated in the CBRE Q1 2021 cap rate and investment insights report, though not as regressive as indicated in the November 2021 survey. With much of the nation facing a third wave of infection starting to start in spring, investors have continued to take a cautious approach to the office sector. Now, they were a bit more optimistic. Despite the continued caution, it's expected that activity should increase drastically over the next 6 months as vaccination efforts accelerate and occupiers begin to return to their physical spaces over the summer. So they were a bit more optimistic. I'm not going to talk about what actually happened because it was post-reference here, but in any event, nationally, what happened with capitalization rates? You'll see downtown B. I hope your version's in color.
Yes.
Okay, so you'll see downtown B on the chart on page 13 and suburban B. And they are increasing slightly, but they certainly are not compressing. So I'll come to another point that will probably come up this morning. So I'm talking about one part of the capitalization rate, and that's risk, right? But another part of the capitalization rate, of course, is the cost of money. So it's a part, but it is a part. So let me pause for a moment and talk about that. The Bank of Canada rate was going down at this time because the government was getting worried that we could be into a lot of trouble. So it's important to recognize the Bank of Canada rate is one, and a very important one, but only one of the multiple factors that influence cap rate. This is from textbooks. On page 13, second to last paragraph, there are 3 determinants of cap rates: yield on government bonds, real estate risk premium, that's what I was talking about, and property income growth expectations, also what I was talking about. Therefore, the bank rate is only one. And this is a very good quote. As stated in June 2009 article, Cap Rates and Real Estate Cycles by Cornerstone Real Estate Advisors, LLC. This is at the bottom of page 13. One cannot say, for example, cap rates move 1-to-1 with treasury yields. It depends on what drives the yield or the change in yield in treasury yields and what this implies for growth expectations and risk premium. In other words, if I'm an investor and people say to me, but the cost of money is going down a bit, it should be fine. I would say, well, why is it going down? It's going down because we're in a pandemic and this is a problem. So that one factor to me is not the only factor I'm going to look at. And that's exactly what happened, Mr. Chairman. Page 14. There's a chart of national capitalization rates for all different asset classes versus the Bank of Canada 20-year benchmark bond. And you can see that, it was going down, and it really went down in the pandemic. They reduced it to about 0.5%, and they increased it a bit just before the reference date. But look at the cap rates. They didn't change. And that's because investors said, great, bank rates going down, that doesn't matter. We're looking at a very disturbing future, risk and expectation of potential income in the future, the other 2 factors. So all that happened is the spread between the bonds and cap rates narrowed. That's it. So one cannot say that, hey, Bank of Canada rate went down, cap rate should have went down. That didn't happen. So in the end, we look now to the broker firms in 2021, Q1 21. And I have the chart on page 15, which will compare the 3 firms with their conclusions last cycle, pre-pandemic, to April 21. And for Class A, they basically kept it static. But Class B, and this is exactly what we would conclude from what I just went through with all the evidence, that cap rates are likely increasing. They said here it's an average of 25 to 50 basis points for Class B downtown. And in the suburban offices, it's even between A and B, a 25 basis point increase. Now, hard to find sales in a pandemic, so we had even less to work with for capitalization rates closer to the reference date. We looked at 3 transactions for what it's worth. One was a very good cap rate comparison, I think 383 Dover Court, the cap rate that we determined on that transaction. And to be clear, when we do our analysis, we are including 7% non-recovered expenses. And so we're doing the analysis in our mind, apples to apples with how we value the property subject. And that sale in April 2020 indicated a cap rate of 7.23% for a suburban office on Dover Court. A little higher than, that kind of corroborates that slight increase, I think, because this is a good property, 1992, lots of parking. The other 2 comparisons are not really important for this analysis because they're, one is downtown. The second is actually close to the subject. It's right across the street, basically. but it was owner occupied property. So we can't get a real cap rate. We do what we call as an implied cap rate by working through with a market analysis, which is really what we're doing with the subject anyway. And in that analysis, we come up with a 6.97% capitalization rate. The sale per foot would probably be a better indicator. It's $140 a foot. But this property, it's an interesting property. It's 2 stories as well. It was built in 1975. It's 19,372 square feet. Very good comparison, except it has a full finished basement with fenestration. It's now occupied by the commissionaires. It used to be health clinic. And it has a parking lot out back with, I think, 37 parking stalls. So this is actually far superior than the subject property. So on page 17, we conclude our general findings for the market. And that is, overall, our capitalization rates of Class S are not that different. We do find that, the best of the best might still command 6% in the suburbs, not downtown. But generally, we're looking at between 6.5 and 7.5. And from our evidence, most of those are in the higher range, which also, again, speaks to the risk that we face in the pandemic. So I have supporting evidence for the calculations and the broker studies, but I don't need to go through that. That, Mr. Chairman, concludes our thoughts on capitalization rate. I'd like to now bring us back to the subject property.
Well, let's see if there's any questions from the parties.
Oh, sure.
On this.
Yeah.
Svetlana, do you have any questions? Oh, she's muted.
Yes. About net operating expenses.
Can
we talk about?
Can you put your microphone closer to your?
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, that's good.
I would like to speak regard not recovered expenses. What was presented. Can we look specific to subject property? What happened here? Right now, be specific.
Sorry?
Can we talk about subject property specific about non-recoverable expenses, Chairman? Can I ask, look into that?
So are you going back to your original brief?
Correct.
Well, you can.
To just establish what not recoverable expenses for subject property reported to us. Can we look into that?
What page are you on?
Okay, we look on page 8 of my brief. In page 21, agent brief. Could you please open both briefs?
No, I don't think we can we?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Makes the documents awful small.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, just one question. Should I conclude my evaluation though before the questions, or do you want to do the?
Let's do the questions on the
Sure.
of these documents because it's fresh in our
Yeah,
minds.
no problem.
Okay. Have you got them?
No, I get them both.
Oh, I'll let Jess Winter show you.
Yeah.
Diane, do you have them both?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is her evidence.
What's your presentation?
Yeah, there's two.
Svetlana, you're talking about page 8 on your presentation, correct?
Correct. And page 21, agent brief.
And one of the agents.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. It's your page 10, Ms. Chapel, and for agents.
Page 8, subject property market income estimation on page number 8
That's
of
page
my
8.
brief.
Oh, I think this one is. Wrong cover.
Market income table.
Okay, just 1 second. Okay, this one and so many documents open. Okay, I'm gonna close. Oh, is that okay? This is
Now?
assessors and this one's applicants. Can I try this?
Yeah, I think about it.
Small print.
You can increase the font.
Is that okay? This one you can give me if you want. Just zoom from
Oh, my laptop's different.
here.
Problem is we gotta scroll.
Let's make it 200 or 75.
I can still barely read it.
Yeah.
This one will leave the same. Okay, Svetlana, you can proceed.
Thank you. On page number 8 of my brief, we showed that expenses we apply 3% only. Please open page 21 of agent brief. We can see income expenses mailer for 2020 presented by the owner. Rent income was around $66,000 and recovered amount was $84,086. So total revenue was $152,356. Let's roughly 150. Okay, or 150,000. On page number, next page number 22. We can see not recoverable expenses was $720 plus management fee was not recovered by agent, by tenants, by to owner, $4,341. So it's together around 5,000 was not recovered. If we divide this 5,000 for roughly 150,000 total revenue, it came across 0.03 or 3% not recoverable expenses, what we specific apply for subject property. Any questions?
Rod, any questions?
Sorry, this is a question of me, or is it? Because I may respond to that.
She just made a statement.
Yeah, and I'll respond to that by stating actually, page 22 is, well, I'll respond to it in two ways. Page 22 actually supports our case, because in this case, all the management isn't recovered by this tenant. And that amount that the assessor mentions, 4347, if you look to our valuation on page 14.
Just hang on.
Yeah, sure.
And page 14.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
Robert?
Yeah.
The amount that we're asking the board to consider as a deduction is 4807. I mean, it's pretty darn close. But the main point here that I'd like to make is this isn't the exercise we should be doing. We don't just look at 1 year. We have to look at over the life of the property. That's why this expense is amortized. And so in this case, it balances out great. But I mean, we know that they also spent $420,000 to attain this tenant, right? So they are definitely spending money to get the money. And that's what this allowance is partially recognizing. But anyway, that's my comment about that.
Okay.
Anything else?
Yes, please look on page 8 of my brief.
Page which, sorry?
8.
8.
Market income table. Subject property full occupied by tenants, but we apply vacancy loss 6% plus we apply shortfall of $8 on this vacancy. So that's why our capitalization rate 6.65%. Agent states that he looking for subject property capitalization rate between 6.5 is 7.5. Our overall capitalization rate 6.65% inside this range.
Okay, if that's a question, my response would be that I think the subject property, based on all the characteristics we described, would be on the higher end of that range, but.
No, that's a fine, that's a fair comment. Anything else?
Yes, please open page 11 of agent report.
Okay, just hang on.
Oh, the agent.
Page 11?
Rod's page 11.
Page 11.
Diane, are you there?
Yeah, I've got it. Yeah.
So,
Robert, you there?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
sorry, just to remind us, we are valuing the property as a stand of January 1st, 2023, based on economic condition, April 1st, 2021. Let's look on page 11, potential market trend. The lease, existing lease was commenced in July 2017 for $9 per square foot. My question to the agent. So this rent were negotiated in a different market. Is it right? Isn't right? 2017.
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
So, okay, on you showed that lease commenced in 2017.
Okay.
Our reference years 2021, 4 years before reference date. So those rents was negotiated in a different market. Isn't that right?
Yeah, no, that's a fair question, and you're correct. So part of when we do this analysis, we look at, do we see rent escalations that we need to consider when we use rents that are slightly older? And my conclusion was that they hadn't changed drastically, but it's a fair comment. The older the lease gets, the less reliable it'll be for the reference date.
So this lease was step up in July 2021 to $10, 3 years after. Rent was already locked, negotiated in 2017, correct? So it could be less as market rent in 2021 because it was locked in 2017, correct?
I think I understand what you're saying. If it was low in 2017 and it doesn't step up, then would it be low in 21? Is that what you're suggesting?
Because step one in 2021 was not negotiation for $10 in 2017.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So as a step up, the same as a renewed lease, basically, or a renegotiation. You're right that the meeting of the minds when the step up was determined would have been at the time of the commencement of the lease.
Yes, 2 step up rent were set at the time the lease were signed, weren't they?
Yeah, so in this case, I think what you're suggesting is I've applied the stepped up rent as of July 18, but in fact, it was negotiated in July 17. And, you know, they would have said $8 and then it steps up the next year to $9. That's a fair comment.
Let's look on your comparable.
Trying to maintain some confidentiality for clients.
So your lease start date was from 2014 to 2017, correct?
These leases, yeah, that's right. That's the rate. Yeah, they're older.
So these leases was signed, how many? 2014, 7 years before reference date, correct?
The oldest of them, that would be correct. I would definitely less late.
It is true that rent increase over time, haven't it?
No, I wouldn't necessarily say that. I mean, what the indications that we've had is that through the pandemic, especially like from 2018 through, the language is the face rents have maintained, but the costs to attain those face rents have increased. So the net effectives are dropping. There was escalation, though, I'd agree, between 14 and 17.
So according to subject property, step up was 3 years after 2017. It is possible that all your leases from 2014-17 has step up with new rent, higher rent, correct?
Yeah, I think I'll summarize by saying, Ms. Schabel, that the comparisons to me are secondary. I mean, the best indication is what the meeting of the minds determined arm's length for the subject property itself in 2017. And I've used higher than that because I used what the step up would be months after the reference date. So yeah, I mean, we could look at individual leases in the comparison chart and say that's rather old, give it less weight, etc. It doesn't change my conclusion, is what I'll suggest.
And I would
No
suggest
further questions.
we're not going to go through every lease on the comparable table.
No. They old. They have to upward adjustment for time.
Well, isn't that pure speculation?
And you can see median of $11.50 for old leases.
Sorry, Ms. Schabel, did you ask if we recognize adjustments for size?
Oh, she's muted.
You are muted, Ms. Schabel.
Okay, you're on mute.
Sorry, how it's happened. Agent rent, lease rent comparable showed media at $11.50. We established that these old leases, it should be upward adjustment for the rent.
Oh, to the subject property.
But still, they support our $11.51 for subject property in 2021. It's fair, it should be confirmed. Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Where are we now? Diane, do you have any questions?
I do not.
Robert? No, I don't. Thank you. And I have no questions. So now,
I'll just finish up because I've gone through all the evidence now,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, so I'll just go back to the direct and summarize the whole thing.
okay, let us get there first.
Sure. So this is, yes, the direct evidence.
Yeah.
We're on your presentation now, correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. We were just on page 11 of your presentation.
Yeah, and that's when I veered off into the supporting studies, and now we're
Mhm.
veering back in on page 13.
13, okay, thank you.
Now, sick.
I'm all over the place here.
Yes, Linda.
Applicants, what you're looking for?
Yes. Page 13.
Let's get that.
I'm just taking from this one.
Okay, very good.
13.
513.
Oh,
Thank you.
Okay, proceed, Rod.
Thanks. So we concluded with that range of 6.5 to 7.5. You know, the best quality, well, the best of the best might be a little lower, but generally the A's are in the 6.5 to 7, the B's in the 7 to 7.5. And that was corroborated by the direct evidence I had on Dover Court, 7.23. It's a superior property by far, actually. And we look at the subject property now. We do a number in the study. I talk about site-specific adjustments if necessary. And they're not usually necessary because many times within that asset class, you won't need to, your comparisons are going to probably have a lot of the same features. But let's be clear, the subject property has a next to zero lend to, or next to 1-to-1 land to building ratio. It has no parking associated with itself. And that's a factor that would be considered in the market. If I bought the building, that would be a big concern. And secondly, the original age is 45 years old. I want to caution about, I mean, every property has permits taken out when a new tenant comes in, every time. Things have to move around. So I don't think that permit indicates anything that changes the structural nature of the building and therefore influence the capitalization rate. Maybe the
But there
market.
again, nobody does
Nobody does what?
know what's been done in that building.
Well, I think we can, from the description of the permit, we can ascertain the general. I mean, two things, Mr. Chairman. They state that it was interior renovations. And secondly, the cost was $69 a foot, which is typically interior renovations. I don't think there are structural or roof repairs or replacing entire mechanical systems involved in that. That's why.
Okay, I'll ask the question. Has either party inspected this building?
No, I couldn't get an inspection.
Svetlana?
Mr. Chair, although I have not inspected the subject property, I am able to completely accurately describe it based on data we have on file. And our files showed that after spending $460,000 for renovation in 2017 to secure lease,
The question is,
planning, electrical investment, capital investment to renovate in through 2019.
the question is, did you inspect the building?
No,
Thank you.
Okay, so the range as it is, and even if we consider this a mid-range suburban office, with the improvements that have been done, 7% in my mind, especially when looking at the comparisons, is a fair capitalization rate. Keep in mind it was 7.3 last cycle. So we've increased the capitalization, Mr. Chairman, from the low end of that scale to the mid-range, 7%. We've included the non-recovered expenses. This is on page 14. We've used the actual stepped-up rent as the rent, and those are the three changes from our position and the city's position. And so we come to a value of $867,000, and that is $130 a square foot. Okay, so the last thing I'd like to do is remind you about one of the sales comparisons I had in the cap rate chart, 870 Portage Avenue, Commissioner's Building, right across the street, basically, on the park. 37 parking stalls, completely finished, occupied basement with fenestration, and that sold for, I'll remind myself now, $139 a square foot in August of 2020. So I think by all measures, our revised value is appropriate, and ask the board to consider that.
Okay, thank you. So that concludes your main presentation.
Getting lost myself. Yes, that's it.
Okay. Svetlana, do you have any more questions?
I have a summation, very short.
Well, let's get the board ask the questions first, and then you can do your summation.
Thank you.
Diane, any questions?
No, sir.
Robert?
No, I have none. Thank you.
And I have no questions. So you may do your summation. Please be brief.
My opinion of value supported the comparables that very similar to the subject property in negotiated prior to reference date 2021. The agent has relied on comparables that are much older, that thus has undervalued the subject property. We have established together that reported 2020 not recoverable expenses around 5,000 if we compare it to 152,000 total revenue will be around 3%. What we did apply and for an estimation subject property.
I think you, Svetlana, you've already said all of that in your presentation.
It's my summation, just this point of my evaluation.
Be brief.
In just last sentence, our capitalization rate, 6.65% in the range stated by agent and supported by outside sources between 6.5 and 7.5. Thank you. My opinion, the subject property value of $1,011,000 is fair and should be confirmed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes this property. I think we'll do the next one because my understanding there's a preliminary issue on it.
830 Empress, it's pretty, yeah, I'd just like to request a confirmation of the assessment.
Okay, Svetlana, do you want to read that record into
Okay.
evidence? And
File number 22-846, roll number 1300330, located at subject property at 830 Express Street, and owner is Manitoba Liquor and Lottery Corporation. This appeal for value, this appeal is with respect to the amount of assessed value. Based on evidence in this report, it is assessor opinion that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2023 at $3,476,000 in the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Ron, do you want to make your request?
Yes, I'd like to request a confirmation by 54-1 of the legislation, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Diane, any questions?
No, sir.
Robert?
No questions?
And I have no questions. So that concludes 830 Empress Street, and we're going to take a 10-minute break. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll reconvene the hearing this morning. Can you affirm or swear in the assessments? Thank you.
Sir, please stand up. State your full name.
Jeremy Ryan Paul.
Thank you. Do you affirm that the evidence you are about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Thank you. The next property on the docket today, oh, you're fine. You're still under oath. 400 St. Mary Avenue. Any preliminary issues? No. Okay, Jeremy, you can start with your presentation.
Roll number is 1209364200. 400 St. Mary's. The assessment is for $30,352,000. The property is a Class A office building on St. Mary's. The property description is there, as you can read. I'm going to go through this pretty quick because there's a lot to go through today, and I'm going to be as simple as I can be. But on page 2, the property description listed on Morguard's website is a Class A office building. That's how we have it recorded. I physically inspected this building with Doug Becker. I've been in it a few times over the years too. So it is an A. On the Johnson report, and I'll get to that as we go along. It's recorded as B. I believe that's incorrect. As I go through the Johnson report, and I've done it in detail, there are a few anomalies. There's a few errors in it. Overall, it's a good report, but this one here seems to stand out a little bit. It is an A. We consider it an A. So on page 3, we have a parking structure, 78 stalls at 103.50 stall. That's on a net basis for a net operating income of 86,940, capped at 7%, gives us our value for the parking income stream at 1,242,000. And I'll go through these pretty quickly. Same general report. Page 4 is just a listing for its actual lot from in park. There's 71 stalls, 5 outside, I guess, so a total of 70, 76. We have 70. Their monthly rate for the indoor is 230 to 260. Obviously, the 260 is reserved; it's written right next to it, and the outside is 210 stall. So that's the data we have at the reference date. Approaching the reference date, comparables are as such on page 5 and on page 6. I did not vet these through the Chinese. This was done by Lindsay Warham, and she's very due diligent on it. So I trust that it works. So I don't think there's any issues with the presentation of that. So we'll get on from that. For the actual OFA portion, I looked at this property. There's a bit of vacancy issue with it. I adjusted a bit of the model parameters as we go through it. I'll get to it. So for 138,000 square feet approximately, I applied an $18 average, and that produces a total PGI of 2,496,977. So roughly $2.5 million. The standard for our parameter standard for vacancy was 10%. I increased that to 15 due to the vacancy issue that I saw. I will not go beyond a 15% vacancy. At that point, especially for an OFA or be an investment type property, what you're really seeing at after 50%, there's something that needs to be improved with the income stream. There's deficiencies in it. There's obstructions to the market, or obstacles to the market to coming into the building, obsolescence within the building. something that you can buy an existing income stream, but it needs improvement. Beyond that, you get to the 20% or 25% where it's chronic vacancy, where there's issues that are identified and you cannot fix those. So on an investment horizon, that's going to be constant. You're going to be thinking 10, 15 years out, it's going to be 20% vacant. It's going to be 25% vacant. Those are reserved numbers for specific issues that occur with the building, not bumps in vacancy, whether they be elevated or not away from market. So at 50%, I think we're being reasonable. It's 5 percentage points above what the actual parameter was. So from that, we have 3% for non-recoverable expenses. Shortfall at 15. I'll get to the non-recoverable and shortfall as well as the rent. There's a study that I've done that I'll get to as we go through the income stream and we make our way to the end of the brief. Capitalization rate is 6% and capped the NOI at approximately $1.7 million gives us $29,110,000. The total vacancy, I should say the total income stream is on page 8, which gets us back to our $30,352,000. So based on that, I feel it is correct and it should be maintained. But I'll now get into the study that was done on page 11. I've done two studies, one on the OFA marketplace and one on the OFB marketplace, class A, class B. I've done this in a way that takes into account municipal board, which I feel was the directive orders, specifically Great West Life, as the hearing that I looked through, but that was carried over to investors group building as well. I've looked at what they were indicating on those orders. I've taken that as a directive to apply what I feel should be market and how you should go about looking at it. So what I did is I did a 6-year study on every OFB property that rented. I've done it in a way that looks at those individual properties and then you look at the global marketplace. I've done it for all parameters, less not capitalization rate, obviously, that has to be an independent study. So for rent, for vacancy, for shortfall, and for non-recoverables, we have it all in relationship to each other for each individual here. A lot of times when I sit behind the desk and I'm listening and we all have our opinions, we're taking information out of relationship to each other. We're taking a vacancy from over here, you think the rent from over there, you're kind of coming back to what opinion the market value would be based on that, but we're not seeing the complete OFA picture or OFB picture. You're not seeing the individual performance of those buildings. So what I did was try to do a study on that, set the assessment models that come from the model and adjust as I see fit. And then if they're get a field, we already have our due diligence and our market risk analysis, and this will be the source of our direct comparables. So as we go through it, I'll start with the OFA. Obviously, this is an overall average. When we see these, it's actual averages for all the CRUs that leased up, weighted averages, medians. So when you see the studies, and I'll just go through it here, we have an average, weighted average, median, min max, and that's pretty critical too for the rent. Min max meaning we're trying to identify where outliers are. Outlier on a high side, outlier on a low side. We shouldn't be taking low lying rent or cherry picking low rent or cherry picking high rent and putting that in its marketplace. So that's there to try and alleviate that. We're trying to take vacancy on an average and a weighted average and median, because if you take a average and you have a smaller building versus a few larger buildings, that may skew the number quite a bit. So when you do average, weighted average, and a median, it gives a better relationship to what's actually going on in the marketplace. So same idea. After that, we have the CRUs leased. We have the total amount of CRUs leased with the total space, the average size CRUs and the median CRUs. And then we follow that up again with the shortfall, which is reported on the INEs. And we follow that up with the non-recoverables. I'll stop here for a moment and pause on the non-recoverables. We are taking non-recoverables as there's a difference of methodologies here between the agent and ourselves. We're not taking the low line items. We're not taking free rent. We're taking what non-recoverables are as far as what this board has stated. And I'll get to the rebuttal package that I have where we don't take tenant inducements, we don't take tenant allowances, we don't take free rent. We don't take asset management fees, things of that nature. We come up with a net operating income, and we capitalize that. We are not capitalizing net income to the owner, where we erode that. So our non-recoverable numbers reflect that. There should be some difference between the non-recoverables that I'm presenting and what I'll presenting, because the methodology takes into account much of that. So that's the caveat of that. Other than that, the vacancies, rents, and shortfall should be fairly accurate. Quite accurate. I did my due diligence quite well for this. So we go along. We'll look at the 15-year to the 16 and 17-year. Obviously, I was doing case management for other appeals for other timelines. So I did this whole study based on to compass all of that, to give a good look. A 6-year look is a good look. So, but we're only stabilizing out the 18, 19, and 20-year. Usually we're looking at the 20-year. For an investment grade property, we should be approaching all the information we can at the reference date. But realistically, when I go to this board and I stabilize, I'm stabilizing out the last 3 years usually. I'm going to do the same thing here. It gives a better opportunity for an investor going, well, I'm not going to just look at 1 year. I'll look at 3 years going back. I can't look at anything moving forward because we have case law that prevents us from looking at anything past the reference date. So we are now looking at the information progressing the reference date. And 3-year stretch is pretty good for an investment grade property. I'm not going past the 16, 17, 15 year because that's older rent. That's not pushing the reference date. That's too far away. And that's been my experience at the board. The board has been pretty well received. So we'll get into it. For the 2015, 16, and 17 years, those are there for your reference. But the 18, 19, and 20 years have been stabilized with a column, as you see, stabilized from 2018 to 2020. What we have an average rent for A's is $18.16. A weighted average, which encompasses, again, every CRU, like it's done on the spreadsheet. So I'm examining well over 200 CRUs, but I'm only stabilizing 152 CRUs. So you see that on total number of CRUs. So for 152 CRUs and an area of 1.1 million, a little over 1.1 million. We have an average rent again of $80.16, $90.21 for weighted average and a median of 18. And then you have your min-max, again, a little lower and higher end of the extreme ends at $14 and $24.45. When we go through that, we get to the vacancy parameter. We see again for the same buildings, we have $15.8% for the average, 16.4% for the weighted average, and 11.1% for the 3-year median. I'd like to put a caveat on that, because part of this is discovery. We went through the study, and again, I did the whole study entirely myself. It was done in a way that it was had a bit more focus for one person doing it, also you could see everything. So when you look through that, that's what's reported on the INEs, the actual vacant spaces that are shown to us on the INEs. When you look through, and I'll cross-reference it against outside sources, but when you look through the actual INEs and versus what's been advertised in the Johnson report, a lot of these OFAs have committed spaces which they're not advertising, which doesn't show up in the vacancy for as far as the Johnson report. So it gives a better reflection of what actual risk is for the vacancies that are at play. So our numbers are a little bit elevated from the Johnson report, mainly because we're taking it for spaces that they're showing to be no tenant, but may have commitments as they're amalgamating spaces for other tenants that are coming into the building, which is the way it works. You're going to have a brokerage team in place. There's going to be multiple people working for it. It's not like there's not a list of tenancies that are looking to go in. Now, for one building that may have an issue, might have less. For more dominant OFAs in the marketplace, we may have more of a waiting list or lengthy clientele that may like to get into the building. So, I'll show that in the study as we go along. So after we see a shortfall, again, we can read the numbers are about $19 for average, weighted average and median. Non-recoverables, we have about 2.3, 2.6, and 1.6. Below that, we have our rent study. And I tried to do it in a way that last cycle we had the non-recoverable argument. It was a large argument. That's just a small portion of what I'm presenting here today. I didn't want to put a wall of text in, a whole document, and we sit there talking again and again and again. I tried to do it in a brief way that really gives a good synopsis, a clear presentation for the board and any agent looking at it. So when we see, I did this to a proper statistical analysis. We're looking at 3 standard deviations. I showed here 2, but realistically in red, that's your 3rd standard deviation. So at 1 standard deviation, it's 68%, 2 standard deviations, it's 95%. In the red, you're looking at 99.7%, which really I'm not going to get into. We're not working at the level. We're not putting satellites in orbit. We don't need to do that level of accuracy. So when you see here, median is or the mean, I should say, weighted average, any way you want to look at it, it's $19.21. That's represented in green. In green, we have 93 CRUs that leased out in the 1 standard deviation, which is by any statistical analysis. That's the read of your marketplace. That's how are you looking at a data set? That's what you should be looking at. Outside of that, you get your 2 your second deviation, which is in yellow, which is your 36 on the one side, 7 on the other. What it shows is there's more predominance to be on the other side for that. But again, that is a range as shown between 17.25 and 15.25 for that, and 21.25 and about $23 for on the opposite side of that. So, and then of course you have your work stream outliers. That might be more appropriate. Maybe a very high end space, and then where it's going to get a better rate. Maybe there's a bit lower spaces where you're not going to get quite. So this is just a look at the marketplace. Whether you're looking at the quality of the building, that indicator may change a little bit. So as we go through it, I'll now go through the order base as far as outside sources to compare that to. Now, these outside sources are unfiltered by any agency. This is what's been reported to the marketplace outside of the tribunal process. It's just piecing the marketplace data. So when we see here, I can really only use Cushman Wakefield and Johnson and the Johnson report. Johnson report is pretty much a very good report. It's not meant for tribunal purposes. Neither is a Cushman Wakefield data, but this gives them a linear in the marketplace. They can report it consistently the same way, whereas others, there's lots of variance. You can't do it from year to year, from quarter to quarter. So these are the only 2 real outside sources that I can really use that span 6 years. So when we see here, we see that the vacancies and the weighted average for Cushman Wakefield are reported as such. We see that the weighted averages are consistently approaching the $20 rent in 2015, 2017. Then 2018, there's a jump from that, which is about 20, then 20, almost $6, and then back down to 20. What you see reflected there in 2019 for Cushman Wakefield is True North coming online. That building had asking rates. There's a bit of a push up to the overall. And then once the leases are in place, you're not continually advertising them because they did fill up. And then the market rent, that asking would not be affected because they're no longer asking for it. So that's why there's a jump. And then that's why there's also a bit of a drop afterwards. So, and they report again stabilized, and I have to stabilize the 25.97 because that's what they're reporting, $22.14. So it's a little bit higher than what I came up with $19.20. Again, these are asking rents, not achieved. This is what advertised in the marketplace. So what we're showing on ours is actually achieved. So they're asking for X amount, they're getting a little less, with True North being in there involved with Cushman Wakefield. It's a bit more of a bump. So Johnson report, they get a bit more data. They do three of the parameters that we do. They didn't report non-recoverables in it, but they do report vacancy. They do report asking rents, and they do report shortfalls. So as we go through it, same idea, individual to the years, stabilized for 2018 to 2020. They have a little over $20.27 for their average, weighted average 2044 their average, and then a median of about $20. So pretty consistent right across the board. A little bit over what I am, but within reason. So one of the things that I will point out, you see at the bottom of the vacancy unadjusted, including owner occupied buildings. That's what the actual is. The Johnson report brings in owner occupied buildings. I redacted that out. I've included it here to show it for the last line, but I redacted that out of the study or the Johnson report because you shouldn't be including that if they don't participate in the marketplace. That vacancy would be shown as 100% occupied, and that would skew the number. So I'm redacting that out, and probably so. And below that, we have the shortfalls, which are consistently at $17 range, $18 range. So when we get to the vacancy, and I'll pause on that for a moment here. So just pause on that. We have on the next page over, next 2 pages over, we have an independent look at the actual hand. There's only so many of the pages that actually rent. So here's what we have. And then we have the Johnson report data. I'd like to point out, for instance, getting back to committed spaces versus actual at-risk spaces and going without tenants kind of thing. We see here from the vacancy from 214, it's shown on our INEs as 5.1% in 2015, 16 it's 17, 17 it's 13, and then it starts elevating. 18 it's 31%, 19 it's 30.7%, and then falls a bit in 2020 to 19.8%, stabilized out at 27.2% for the 3 years. If you look what the actual reported in the Johnson report to advertise to the market, it's 1.5% in 15, it's 4% in 16, in 17, it's 5.8%, in 2018, it's 8.8%, then it starts elevating a little bit to 19, which is 13.4%, and then in 2020, 17.6%. So when you're talking risk, if you're not advertising that space, you already have commitments for that space, it's not really big, and you have a strategic plan in place for that. So that was shown very well in this report. So when you see a large vacancy, that's what you should be looking at. This really transposes that. For the rest of the marketplace, as you see, we have the actual individual properties and 6-year studies on each. I'm not going to go through each one. They're there for your due diligence. They're there for us to look at, but I will go through 400 St. Mary's. 400 St. Mary's is on page 13 at the top. We see here, and I'll get into more detail here because obviously it's a subject property. We see here that from 2015 to 2020 it was looked at. We see that in 2015 they were 27.9% vacant, and then in 2016, and I'm not going to go through all the numbers. We're looking at CRUs that are, I guess I count a little bit. The CRUs for each year is again what leased out, the rental rate that was achieved. So you can read 16. There's 4 CRUs that leased out, and the sizes as such. And then the shortfall and non-recoverable reported for that year. In 16, there was no INE reported, so I couldn't get the vacancy for that year. But because I'm looking at the 15 year and I'm looking at the years down the road, I can get from the rent roll when leases started. So I can put those leases in place. And that's why you see 3 CRUs, because you can glean that from the other INEs that were looked at. So, and that was that for the 3 was $17.63. Then as we go along, we see another increase of 25, or I should say stable at about 25% vacancy. And then you see it drop to 8.9% in 2018. And then in 19, we're back to 36%, in 20, it goes to 37%. For an overall 27.7% vacancy in that window of time. What this shows, when we went through it, was, and I'll go through it in the back of the brief, a very stable, good performing building. They took on 2 major tenants, and they had 1 major tenant leave. And because the building is good building, it recovered fairly quickly to the 8% market level. And then you had the remaining tenant, anchor tenant, also leave shortly after that. So it kind of then goes back to market and jumps up again. So what it does show is the strength in the building to actually recover from a large vacancy. But if your operating strategy is 2 large anchor tenants and one leaves, and then you recover and the other one leaves in a short period of time, that is not market vacancy. That's more subject vacancy, and your operating strategy as far as having 2 anchor tenants, you're going to have that can happen, right? So when I looked at this overall, I'm applying market vacancy with market rents and market parameters. But I did account for it. I made an allowance for it. I increased it 5 percentage points from the 10% to be reflective of what I saw, the risk that I saw, but also tagged with the appropriate market rent, which is $18, which is at market, the lower end of market. So if you're going to put a vacancy at $18 and 50% is reasonable, if you're going to put a $16 rent on an OFA, that vacancy shouldn't be at 50% anymore. You should be applying a different lower market vacancy to account for the risk to that actual rent. So aside from that, what we see here is 19 CRUs leasing up for an average of $16.84, median of 17 for the time period. So there is some activity within the building, and they are achieving those leases. And then you look at the Johnson report, sorry, and just so it's clear, they didn't report non-recoverables or shortfall until 19 and 20. And again, they're hovering around $20, $22 for the shortfall, and non-recoverables is at about 0.3%, 0.6%. So they're a bit under. I'm simply reflecting what's on the INEs. Some properties can command that, and if you're having a little less in the rent, you could probably recover a little more in that. If you're commanding more in the rent, maybe not so much, but this is a reflection of what they're reporting. So, and then on the bottom here, where we went through unfiltered by any agency, and it's just the owners advertising the spaces they're trying to seek tenants for. You don't see 400 St. Mary's on it, and I can't put it in because they reported it as AV. If the agent wants to review what they're advertising, that can, but I can't include it in it because quite simply I'd be doctoring the document to include it, and it's not appropriate. They have it as a B. I'm not sure where they have it as a B. The ownership group doesn't have it as a B. It's not being leased out as a B. It's not being advertised as a B. It's an A. So moving on from that, I will go to photos of the subject and then some lease information. And then we'll look at the INEs as well. So photos start on page 14. As you can see, it is a substantial building. Typically what you would see from an A. Pages 16 and 17, 18. That's what it is. Bit of the concourse area, concourse of the entryway. 19. Starting page 20, we went into more depth on the actual vacancy. This is the actual INE for the year of 2020. We see that it's 37% vacant. We see that there's no issue with that. We see what they're actually projecting, highlighted in yellow on the INEs. If you skip forward along, page 26, see what they're reporting as far as what they're getting to the net operating income. And it's obviously down. They're experiencing vacancy. But we're going to go through and start with what the building performed at and what they're asking for now. So at page 27, we see what the lease rate is. On page 27, you can see they were asking between $16 and $18 a square foot. Seems pretty much right on with what we already discussed with the subject performance and also what the marketplace is.
Mr. Chairman, is this what is the date of this brochure?
So it will be spring 2020, spring 2021.
Because they refer to a 2022 estimate.
Yeah, they don't know it yet. They're just projecting it. If it would have been in 2022, they would know it and they would have reported as such. So when I look through leasing information, I look at the spring of the year and usually you get it at that point. So this was
because when they state 2021 estimate, then it was spring. Okay, if you're saying this is from the reference date,
yeah.
that's fine.
And again, It's a reflection of what's on the Johnson report. It's a reflection on what we're seeing here. So, as you can see,
Well, and I don't see a date on it.
well, a lot of these just are open advertisements. People span a number of years, number of time. So, it's just a reflection of what what the lease is, what they're seeking for the building. It was pretty clear in that study that this is right in line with that. So, as you can see, the physical spaces of the building, and then we have another lease starting on page 32. So again, this is an older lease. It's from, again, 2013. And in 2013, again, we did a long-term look at this, and it's a part of it. We see it highlighted in blue. They're asking $15.95 per square foot net. So again, $16.14. We're looking at about $16 to $18 now. It's pretty stable. Pushed up a little bit. And that's also accounting for the vacancy within the building itself too. So as you can see, the write-ups on the building. You're reading. Next is on page 35, the order which order for 330 St. Mary's, which I participated in, where a vacancy issue was a issue as well. This is for 330 St. Mary's. This was a high-level appeal of the municipal board. I'm not going to go through the whole document with you, but it does speak to the vacancy. The study that you see here was not presented in depth as you see it now. It was kind of the infancy start of it, where I reviewed 3 stabilized years. This is much greater, and it's inclusive of the vacancy that is in relationship with the rent. And then also added in the non-recoverables, the shortfall as well for this what you see here today. So when we go through here, this property was seeing a significant increase in vacancy. It led to a purchase of the property, but at the actual point of review on page 44, and I'll just read from the order. This is what
I mean, just to clarify, we're not bound by any
No,
other
no, no.
previous order, just so I
No,
made that clear.
no, I'm full aware of, you can hear the information at such, and you can put as much weight or little weight.
Okay, just so we're all clear on that.
Yeah. So vacancy, a 9% vacancy was applied, calculated for vacancy rents reported on the 2013 income and expense questionnaires of 10 comparable properties. So it did a similar look, similar review, but in this case here, in this hearing here, I went through a much more detailed, stabilized 6-year look about although the property had experienced higher vacancy at the rate at the reference date was about 25% vacant. Due to the expired leases of a significant tenant, again, an anchor tenant, a major tenant. The building had experienced.
Just to make sure that everybody's on the same page. Diane, have you got page 44?
I do.
Robert?
I'm getting there.
Sorry, I can hold off. And then stop me if I get ahead of myself. I realized that.
I realized you jumped through the order and got page 44.
Well, we're not going to get into all the points of the order. It's just,
Well, and then you highlighted it in yellow, so it's
Yeah.
easy to find.
right there. Yeah, okay. So again, it speaks to a higher vacancy leading to the reference date at 25% or so vacancy because an anchor tenant left. The assessor expects that at the reference date, the vacancy rate would normalize to market comparable rates going forward. The vacancy allowance is as such. Basically, we took what the market rent is and we paired it with what the market vacancy should be in relationship to each other. The agent on Representative Neuer had a disagreement on that. Ultimately, I'll read the order as we go along. Vacancy is on page 47 is the actual for the years at 5%, 5%, and then 24.7%, approximately 25%. So the vacancy was applied for that. And there's a bit of parking information as well, but I'm not going to get too much into that other than when I looked through the parking for underground, and there's underground parking here, a stabilized look at all the arcades that are leasing in the NCA 161. was $130 a square foot, or sorry, $130 net installed. So there's also surface parking. I did a due diligent look at that as well. But I'm not asking for an increase in parking rent, as I haven't done that spending this cycle. So I'll take the model and the work that this one has done as I don't think the parking rent has dived or went low. I think it's pretty much stabilized, but until I actually review that in detail, I'm not comfortable changing it from that. So I'll trust in $103.05. So that speaks to that point. Smaller point, obviously. Getting on to what the board ultimately ruled on. Starting on page
54.
54. Hey, that's why they're highlighted. There's a lot of it.
Makes it easier for us.
The agent calculates the vacancy at 11.78%. He's taking the 3 years and just averaging it. This methodology overestimates the vacancy, overemphasizes the vacancy rate at a single point in time rather than estimating the stabilized vacancy for the property of this quality. Again, this is a B prime. Arguably, some question whether 330 St. may be better than that, but we'll leave it at such. Post reference date vacancy rates included in the agent briefs were also not considered. The agent had a slew of post reference information in here, which again tried to capture post reference economic data. They just disregarded, and rightfully and appropriately so. So the board considers that the assessor's analysis to be more reflective of the market and will apply a vacancy rate of 9%. So they applied 9%, even though that they at the reference date it was sitting with 25% vacancy. The reason why they're not, the reason why they did that is, again, the study showed what the market was for rent and in relationship for each individual property that were achieving that rent, the vacancy in that building, and summated it to what 9% would be, what the market would be. Exactly what I'm doing here today. Here's what the market rent is, here's what the market vacancy is, but also here's what the individual studies, because this is a much more detailed study. We can see the individual properties within the marketplace too. So moving on from that point, we see on page 58 a starting review of the vacancy within the building. We see for the 2010 year 6.59%. And the INs will look a little different because they reported a little different in a couple years. On page 63, 6.41% again, ending in 2010. For the next year in 2011, 6.59%. Page 60, year after that, 6.67%. And then you see starting on page 68, which is the 2014 year, you see it start escalating because they lost their major tenant, the government tenant they had. It starts at 26.9%. And then you see the NOIs that are starting to drop, reflective of the vacancy. And there's a little bit of it up there because if you look at vacancy as a point in time, that vacancy may not occur at the end of the year where they fill it up the next year, but the incomes may not be showing up till a little bit later, depending on when the vacancy actually occurs. So we're showing what the NOIs are, reflective of the vacancy on page 70, the same idea. They're at 27%. On page 71, they do not have, they did not report a vacancy, they did not report in 2069, so we can't go from that. On 2000, on the next INE, you'll see that it's 8.94%. So they are reflective of, hey, they got more tenant, the building soaked up the marketplace. We've recovered back to market more or less. And then within a very short period of time, there are other tenant, the legal firm that was in place left for another building within the A-class marketplace. So collection of that is on page 672, which shows the INE. The budget for that was about for their NOI. It's a little over $2 million. And I'd just like to point out, it's highlighted, and this is something that stuck out to myself as I reviewed these. The actual year to date, which is supposed to be for the entire year, which is why I've highlighted that up at the top from January 2018 to December 2018. That can't be for the full year. They're reporting it at a point in time and they're not encapsulating the entire economic year. And that seemed pretty systemic throughout the board properties. I'm not sure who did the reporting, but it appears to be a mistake for this year only. So it's a bit of an issue there. But overall, not when you look at it in the full context of how the property can perform. So again, on the next page, see extracted out for that period of time, we see a budget of actual performance of 1.9 million and a budget of 2.0% or so, $2 million for an NOI. So we see that's roughly what the building should be achieving: 1.9, 1.8, 2 million spanning several years. If market vacancy didn't occur as such the way that it did, I can see that such a vacancy occurred on market. Then in the following year, we see another highlighted in 2000. On page 76, we see for the 2019 year NOI 1.7, so still reflective of what's there. So getting back to the overall look at the property. Again, after came out from following, I read same thing when we look at these properties. I felt that overall the parking income may be a little bit low, but without doing the due diligence of the analysis that I did, I'll leave it at $103 a stall. So I'm okay with a parking income stream of 1.2 million. I tried to be reflective of what's been established in the municipal board. You look at market rent, you look at market vacancy, you go hand in hand. Is there a barrier to the market preventing market movement into your building? Because if there is, then you can start looking at above 15% vacancy, 20% vacancy, 25% vacancy. Is there something chronic that's in place that you cannot improve? A lower building like a D or a lesser building, you might not be able to generate that kind of income to invest the capital in the building to fix something like that. When you're looking at a B or an A, then these are properties that invest considerable money in because they generate money. So for an A-class building, I don't expect to ever hear the argument that there is some kind of barrier to marketplace moving in. And then when you looked at the actual vacancy, which occurs pretty much 6% until one of the major tenants left, it dropped, margin vacancy increased, and then they recovered quite nicely, quickly, reasonably quick for marketplace. And then your secondary major tenant left, which you now have to do again. So overall, taking the information from the municipal board, putting in market vacancy, putting in market rent, I did make an adjustment. I made an adjustment by 5% greater than what the market is indicating at 10. So I think that's very reasonable allowance made, but that is tied to a lower end market rent, subject rent, a lower end market rent of $18, which they are asking for in that wheelhouse. So I do think overall, what we're presenting here is reasonable. So at a value of $30,352,000, I think that's very achievable in the marketplace. From a site specific look, from a marketplace look, that should be me.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to confirm the parking structure assessment, you had mentioned 1.2 million, but your brief shows 1.242.
Yeah, sorry, I just
That's okay.
if we're gonna get down to every single dollar, like I think we can read from the page kind of.
Yep. Okay, Rod, have you got any questions?
Mr. Chairman, do you mind if I run to the washroom?
Absolutely not. You must ask all your questions right now.
We'll take a quick 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair. We will reconvene the hearing this morning, and we're just questioning, or the tax agent is questioning the assessor. So Rod, you can continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Pohl. You've put a lot of work into the analysis of offices, and I commend you for that. It must have taken a lot of time. In that detailed analysis of the overall market, you made reference to both your own primary research and secondary sources, such as Johnson. And I think in some cases you were talking about Johnson's numbers being different for, I think, the property at 201 Portage. You were saying that the vacancy that they report is X versus Y that you saw.
Yep.
The Johnson report also, you mentioned, classifies the subject property as a B. Okay. how much weight are we putting on the Johnson report then?
I'm putting my weight on my own independent review of the property, the outside sources, just a quick check to see in the marketplace what they're being offered at. And obviously on a 6-year horizon, you can get a good feel of the marketplace, including the property. So whether it's classed as a B prime or a A minus, or there was a couple of properties that 311 Fort, for example, I looked at that independently at that. But, this is an A. We had it different components for different sections because it's hotel, it's an office, it's arcade, restaurants. Overall, that is an A. And when I reviewed it, so did the Johnson report. It had it as a B originally, and then moved it into an A. So there are little differences in the report if you feel that excellent.
The definition of an A, though, classification of an A in your mind, or A minus, or whatever it may be, that's a subjective, minus the marketing materials that you cited, that's a subjective opinion, is that correct?
Well, it goes back to the Beaumont, it comes from Beaumont, obviously. We graded as an A, Boardroom is the leasing agent, the property owner, or leasing agent manager, the property owner, they graded as an A. If you're asking me why the author of the Johnson report raised it as a B, I couldn't tell you.
Okay. You mentioned in your evidence the property at 444 St. Mary that's directly next door. That's classified as a B by all sources, correct?
B prime, a better B.
Yeah. But can you describe the difference between this and 444 St. Mary? I sometimes get them mixed up myself.
Without going through without going through it, I'm not reviewing that one here today, but I get your point. I'm standing on the street corner looking at it. They look very similar. Looking at the income streams, this property here generates a better per square foot income than that one does, but they're within range. There's a cutoff point to different classes. So,
okay, fair enough. So in your study, you mentioned the Class A properties. You had 360 Main, 201 Portage, 375 Main Street, 200 Graham, and then the two that you just mentioned. Those 4 properties, just to be clear, they're all connected to the downtown walkways. Correct. Is the subject property? You agree that it's not?
Indirectly, they have that little walk through 444 St. Mary's Gateway Bay Arcade, which of course is closed, but in theory you can get on it. I would say it's not for reasonable purposes.
Yeah, and in practice, in reality, it's not connected to the. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. So on page 13 of your study,
Yes.
you because today we would agree that we're talking about a site-specific valuation of 400 St. Mary, correct?
I looked at it on site. Obviously, I did a 6-year study on it. I looked at it on site specific, but I also looked at global marketplace and other site specific looks at other competing openings.
Okay, so on page 13 at the top, you have the summary for 400 St. Mary.
Right.
And you cite that I guess you go through the actual rents in the property from 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. You stabilize those an average of 1680 a square foot, weighted average of 1684 a square foot. That's correct?
Correct.
So if I can please have you turn to page 7, is your income approach valuation for the tower itself. The market rents that are shown here, just to be clear, are those the actuals in the property, or are these the mass appraisal driven?
The model mass appraisal driven, yes.
Okay, based on the Class A category.
Right.
Yeah, and you would agree that all of these, I think, except for the storage rent, are in excess of the actual stabilized 3-year rental rate.
That's the areas that lease up in those. Just to make it clear, we're looking at the individual start dates of leases in that year. So if it's a step-up lease, we capture that in that individually. If it's a new lease to build, we capture that in that year. So yes.
Yeah, so this is, all of these are in excess of what you determined to be the weighted average of the subject property.
Of the individual property, yes.
Okay, if we can please go to page. Sorry. I think it was page 33 of your evidence. So you had a listing in evidence from, I think you mentioned it was likely 2021. And then you had one from 2013. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, there's 2 questions I have around this, Mr. Poe. On page 33, first of all, and I think you stated this actually, the asking market rents for the property were between $16 and $18 in 2021. And that was basically the same as what they were asking in 2013. And you said that was a stability to the market rents.
Well, you see what's reported, they're asking 1595, so they're at the lower end of the range for 2013, and for 2021, they're at $16 to $18. Given the individual CRUs, there may be some variance there too, so.
Okay, and then the vacancy in the property that's shown on page 33, this is in 2013, I guess. This isn't just one large unit that went vacant, is it? It's a number of units throughout the building.
Yeah, an anchor tenant typically occupies this section.
Okay, and that number of vacancies equates to, you'd agree, 27% of the property.
Can be a considerable amount, obviously.
Okay, and then we went through your history of the vacancy in the property, and if I can cite rounding numbers, I think it was 27% in 14, 27% in 15, 27% in 16 is a calculation I did. I don't think you had it there. 2017, 27%. 2018 is the anomaly, and you mentioned that at that exact moment, they managed to get the federal government in as a tenant, and their vacancy decreased. But at the same time as that happened, they knew that Taylor McCaffrey was leaving. So 19 were back up to 35%, and 20 were at 37.7%. Is that a pretty accurate snapshot over the 9 years? Okay. Now, you had valued the property for the 2020 assessment as well, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, and a 15% vacancy allowance was applied at that time for April 18.
Yes.
So in April 18, the market vacancy for Class A, this is Class A, was 7%. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And today you're showing the evidence that it's increased today, sorry, being April 1st, 2021, it's increased 10%.
As far as the information we are having coming back on the INEs, again, that differs somewhat from what the Johnson report was reporting independently from owners to the Johnson report as far as actual vacancies that are in place, which they need tenants for.
Yeah. And I will say that I thought your diligence on how you approached that study was commendable. I agree with it. But again, the market vacancy, according to the city assessment, market vacancy across Class A, not subject property, 7% in April 2018, 10% in April 2021. So it has increased by 3 full percentage points. Okay. And at the subject property, the year-end 2017 vacancy, the vacancy at the time of the last assessment was 27%. But at the end of April 20, or sorry, at the end of 2020, at April 21, the vacancy was 37%. Is that correct? So if you applied 15% in a market that was 7% overall, with a 27% actual vacancy, and both the market increased in vacancy and the subject property significantly increased in vacancy, do you not think that warrants an upward adjustment to the vacancy allowance for April 2021?
Looking at it on a far too short-term basis, you're not going to purchase a property based on a 3-year look or a.
Nine-year look.
My point is, you're looking at an economic window. If you're buying this property, you're expecting it to continue the vacancy at 15% for 10, 15-year economic window. If you're buying an OFA at that rate, you're going to have some significant questions on why it can't achieve market. What's the barrier to it? So I did a look at the property. You see in the past, there is no barrier to market. It's at 6%. You see with taking an operating strategy of 2 tenants occupy the predominance of your building, one left and it recovered back down to 9% relatively quick. And if the other one leaves because of the influence of what happened between Boardroom and along where players changed seats, they're going over to the current tenant that left. Walker went over to 2-1 Portage. Now they got to fill that back up again. It shows that it was at 6%. It shows that it recovered quickly to basically 8%. And if you're purchasing it, you look at the history going, oh, this is probably going to be elevated for a bit and it's going to recover. So when I'm applying 15%, I'm applying 15% on a longer range, which would account for that. I'm not taking it on a 2 or 3 year, hey, it's going to recover 37% or back, or 31% back down to 5% or 6% or 8%. We're looking at it a bit longer window. And that's reasonable for a purchaser of a Class A building. Yeah. They're going to look at the marketplace. They're going to see the strength of the marketplace, and they're going to see what's the risk here to obtain this rent. It's recovered. It recovered again. and it can continue to recover. You see a strong marketplace for OFA. The True North ownership group didn't build that building because it's a weak, soft marketplace. They built their complex because they wanted to capture some of the marketplace, which they did quite successfully. But other players within the market are going to feel that for a little bit on a short-term range as other tendencies start to fill that out. So you're going to see these competing properties compete against each other and compete against the B primes where tendencies will change and market will go back to the market. It's not going to hover around 20%, 25% for another 10 or 15 years, where you would look to purchase it on it. I don't think anyone would purchase an OFA with that kind of vacancy allotted to it on a prospective basis.
You agree that out of 9 years previous to the reference date, subject property has been over 27% vacant for 8 of the 9 years.
They encapsulated 2 major anchor tenants.
So there's more vacancy than that, Mr. Cole. We said, I gave you a description, there's many units right there.
There, we went through it. It was hovering around 6%. It shot up with one major tenant leaving. It recovered back down to 8, and it shot up again because their second tenant left. It needs to recover again, and if a prospective buyer would be looking to the marketplace at a market vacancy with a bit of absorption, that's why it's putting at 50%. If I'm going to go greater than 50%, I'm thinking that income stream there's some detriment to that income stream. There's some obstacle, there's some obsolescence within the building that's going to prevent market from moving in. And I don't see that here. It's by definition, it proved it twice over that there is none.
I think we have like a Rorschach painting where you see 1 year of 9 being good as a good thing, and I see it as a terrible thing. But anyway, so my question now is about your 15%. So you talk a lot about how, in your opinion, this is just in general to your comments, 15% is the limit. No matter what happens in the market increasing, no matter what happens at the subject property increasing, 15% is your limit. Is that based on market behavior or your own opinion?
Based on the municipal board decisions that I've read.
Can you direct us to the municipal board that says 15% is the limit?
I never said that. I said at 20%, that you were starting to entertain chronic vacancy at 25%. Meaning at 20%, you would anticipate that's 25% definitely throughout the economic life of this building, 25% in around those ranges. If you're going to be entertaining that for a Class A building, I highly question that, because these are the buildings that generate income. They generate the significance that you will invest capital back into it. You see a good example at a 220 Portage, which had a high degree of vacancy. They invested back into that building. The capitalization rate, which we'll get into later, was around 6.4%, depending on which way you're looking at. So myself, when I calculated there, you see the marketplace as such. If you're buying a home, I think it's going to be 15% for the next 10, 15 years. When you're doing your pro forma, that would not be appropriate. But of course, we can't look into we can only take the information on up to the reference date. So when you take the information on up to the reference date, you see it recover twice. You would expect that it would recover in future development.
Expect or hope?
I would expect and manage it. So, but if you're going to take on 2 major tenants, you've got to expect a bigger vacancy when one of those tenants leave, which is exactly what the 330 St. Mary order gets to.
Yeah, and again, I put forward that we've shown in the questioning, it's not just one tenant that left at one time. It's a combination of factors.
2 major anchor tenants, correct? Law firm and a government firm.
Yeah, but the vacant units are throughout the building.
I know that.
So it sounds like your application of 15% is on your opinion of what people expect in the Class A market. So let's come back to that point for a second. The average rent in the subject property that you've determined is $16.80 a square foot. And that's significantly lower than a typical Class A in Winnipeg, is it not, according to your study?
There are higher end, obviously, in Portage and Maine, not getting True North into the mix because that's a different, it's a different building. Typically, your range is exactly as it shows. The one where it sits here, your range was between the 16 at one point in 2013 to around the $18 mark reference date. So when they're advertising $16 to $18 a square foot, maybe there's a few spaces in there that aren't as nice as others. That's what the advertisement is. When I went through with Mr. Becker, we did inspect this property for other years of appeal. It was a good building. I didn't see any deficiencies in any way. Some of the spaces that were in place were shelled and ready for tenant improvements, tenant fit up. It was a good building.
Okay, I'll just simplify that question because it's basically a yes or no question. Is the average rent of this property lower than the average rent of your other class A's in evidence?
Competed against 201 Portage, 375 Main and 360 Main, yes.
Okay, and is this property, you agree it's 33 years old?
Yeah, it's not deficient in any way as far as tenant fit would cure a lot of that. I mean, as far as marketability.
Yep.
There's
All these
in the
buildings-
building there up there. I see no. Put it this way, I see no reason why there'd be any need for capital investments performing quite well.
Okay, I'm not sure.
Well, other than the operating strategy and having two maker tenants.
Yeah, and you agree, and you've mentioned that this is not as the other class A's are connected to the walkway, it's rather isolated.
Yeah, on that end, yes.
So let's put it this way, Mr. Paul. There's a difference in opinion from all different sources of whether this is an A or B. And I think you actually captured it right at the beginning of your first answer, that if anything, this could probably be considered an A minus or a B plus. It's at the low end of the A's or the high end of the B's.
You're splitting hairs at that point.
Right, yeah, okay. So that sums it up pretty well, thank you. Your evidence mentions, if I could draw your attention, please, to the cap rate evidence that you have.
Sorry, just to follow up on one of the points you're making. As far as the rents that are in place for the ones, for the lease that start up in each individual year and stabilize for the new properties we was speaking to was 201 Portage, 360 Main, 375. You can see it at 18 and 20, and you can see them advertised for average. There's a bit of a dip, but we're in line with that dip.
Okay, sorry, I'm trying to find your evidence on capitalization rates.
As far as capitalization rate, is it in the order?
Yeah.
I don't know if I highlighted in the order, but it is going to be on page. You can go through what I submitted, or you can go through what the board ordered.
No, what's in your evidence?
It is in my evidence. Or as far as.
The cap rate evidence, usually you have the broker.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I thought you're going backwards in the brief. That would have been on page 9.
Page 9, great, thank you. Okay. So whether we call this a minus, B plus, we're not quite sure, but the city, you have on the columns on this chart on page 9, it's the city of Winnipeg, April 1st, 2021, 20th percentile, 80th percentile. So these are actual capitalization rates that the city's looked at and I assume are used as part of the model.
These are modeled. I haven't looked at them, but this is a typical chart. They model it, they release it.
So I think you've answered my next question because it shows 20th percentile and 80th percentile for class A is 6%, but I'm thinking we both know there's not many class A's and I can't think of any that's sold in this period. So in this period?
I can only, I'll rephrase it a different way. There was one class A that sold, which was 201 Portage. It was known to the marketplace that it was sold, but none of the information related to the sale of the vendor and purchaser was released.
Right, so it wouldn't be part of this study. So I guess my question is, we don't have anything to look at from the city of Winnipeg when it says that the range is from 6 to 6%.
I wasn't part of the model producing that, but I have looked into OMBs, so you're well aware of them. We'll get that a little bit. When you put a range, from my perspective, when you put a range for it, and you can define it through the good performing Bs, your A has got to be less than that. It produces greater income, there'd be more competition for it. And that's really realistically with why you'd have a lower cap. It produces a better rate per square foot, better investment.
Because it's an A.
Because they generate more money. That's why they class them Bs.
Well, exactly. It's the performance that usually dictates. So it's one.
That's what I was getting at. Operating strategy plays into that, right? And if you're going to have, for instance, one anchor tenant that occupies a building 15, 20 years, you have 3-4 terms. Once they leave, and if that building was you're going to have 100% vacancy, and you're going to have to recover from that. If you have the exact same building next to it, and they have your typical multi-tenant format, and they experience a nominal vacancy or market vacancy, are you going to value those two properties differently based on the operating strategy? The physical real estate is the same. So your assessment should be the same.
Well, I disagree. But anyway, these are my questions, and I think that concludes it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Diane, do you have any questions?
I do not.
Robert?
No, I don't think I have. Thank you.
And I don't think I have any questions. Okay, Rod, you can start your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so we'll go to the Altus brief
Mind if I just grab a platform?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
before seeing everything, direct evidence. Let's pause until this report's done. Okay, so again, Mr. Paul has gone through the physical description. There's nothing really different from our point of view than his in the physical nature of the property. For the purposes of this analysis, I mean, again, it's just, in my mind, it's semantics. We can call it an A, we can call it a B. If it's an A, it's at the very end, low end of the class. If it's a B, it's at the very upper end of the class. So if you see me refer to it as an A, it's just semantics. It's just because that's how the city
I
calls
think
it.
we've had enough discussion about what it's
Okay. So the property is located on an 18,625 square foot parcel of land on the southwest corner of St. Mary and Kennedy Street. The area is mostly other office buildings, multi-residential buildings, and some retail. It does have close proximity to the law courts, provincial legislature, and the convention center, but it is relatively far from the financial center of Portage and Main. It's 11 stories and has an underground parkade with 70 stalls. The 11th floor includes a 1,549 square foot conference center for the benefit of the tenants. The building features on-site security and card entry system at the main door. It is not connected to the major downtown skywalk. It's connected to 444 St. Mary, and it used to connect through the bay, but of course the bay is closed.
And you're on page 7.
Page 7, yes, thank you. I inspected the property on August 11th as my most recent inspection. And in going through the property, I asked a question, both the property manager and the site manager, that Mr. Pohl had kind of alluded to. You know, there's a problem here. There's a problem with vacancy. It's not just one tenant leaving. It's had over 25% vacancy for the majority of the last decade. Why is that? And their answer was, well, a lot of people feel that we're rather isolated here. There's no amenities on site. There's no restaurant. There was a restaurant next door at 444, Pony Corral. They've closed. It's otherwise, in relative terms for downtown Winnipeg office, it's relatively isolated. That was their words. And it makes sense to me. It makes sense why this would not be the top choice for many tenants. Why, if there's a flight to quality, Taylor McCaffrey would take an advantage to go to a different building at Portage and Main. And it explains why, to me, why we have a problem here. And I think that problem needs to be addressed in evaluation. So we go ahead on page 11 now, Mr. Chairman, to the primary approach, of course, is the income approach for this property. And we've looked at what we think is the appropriate market rent for the property as well. Where we differ, though, I think, from the city's approach is that, as I mentioned earlier, the actual rents in a property, unless there's anything about that lease that is suspect or should be given less weight, are the best indicators. And this is a concept that's been reiterated by the municipal boards many times. I can quote here from a decision on the Richardson building from many years ago, and I think they said it quite well, that the use of the actual rents versus market reports or market rents, the use of these rental rates, the actual leases in the building, as opposed to rental rates in other office buildings, overcomes the need to make adjustments for differences in location, age, amenities, etc., between the subject and comparison properties. So that isn't to say this is a fee simple analysis where we're only looking at contract rents. Not at all. We're doing a market analysis. But if you have a Class A market rent at 201 Portage and you have the actual rent in your subject property, you're probably going to give more weight to the actual rent. And that's what we've done in our analysis. So we've gone through every single line item, every single rent. And the rents range from about $15 net to about $20 net. When you get to the higher end of the range, and this will be a consistent theme that we hear, or you'll hear from us on all of these buildings that we represent, is that a higher face rent typically comes with a higher inducement. Not typically, it does, time and time again. So you need to be cautious if you think that that rent at $20 a square foot is the best indicator of market. Because that rent at $20 a foot probably cost $100 a square foot in landlord costs to attain that rent. And then the costs, some of them will get amortized into the rent. We're not asking for a deduction of TIs. This is something that the boards have been very clear about, and we'll touch upon this later as well. It's not at all what we're doing. We're just saying that we need to compare apples to apples. If you're looking at a house to buy and the identical house down the street had the whole thing renovated with granite countertops and yours is, 1970s vintage, you're going to make an adjustment. And that's what we're suggesting here. In this case, though, we don't really have to do that, Mr. Chairman, because most of the rents are arm's length and we're fairly safe to use them as the market rents. We have also done an analysis of market rents on page 12, and our conclusions are fairly close to Mr. Pohl's as to what is happening in Class A. We look at larger spaces as well, but I don't think we need to talk too much about this right now. So on page 14, please, is a summary of our analysis of the rents in place at the subject property. And again, we have used the actuals. Unless there's any reason to veer away, we've used the stepped up rents when step ups have occurred. Mr. Chairman, one of the adjustments that you'll see, if you look to the far column, you'll see base rent, and then you'll see a last column called unrecovered expenses. What those two columns are for is to identify, for the board's sake, where we have taken a gross or a semi-gross rent and made the appropriate deductions to come down to net. And so in this case, a good example is with the federal government. Their rents are on a gross basis completely. And so you need to take out the expenses, which we calculated at about just between $16 and $17, $16.70, I think it was, to come to the net. The vacant spaces, though, we apply a market rent. Now, I had mentioned that we had done an analysis that was fairly close to the cities for Class A, and we came in at just under 18, the cities at about 18. And larger spaces were at 1734, recognizing economies of scale. But the actual average rent in the subject property, as indicated by the assessor's evidence, if you recall, was $16.80 a square foot. That's the actual building itself. And so we have used $17 on the vacant space. So actuals across the board and $17 on the vacant space. And the resulting blended rent across the entire building is $17.40 a square foot, which is lower than the mass appraisal model driven rents at an average of $18 a square foot. As a note, the storage areas that are located in the parkade level, we've taken that income as a line item later in our analysis. It's not part of the leasable area, but we didn't want to neglect it. So it's an item that we include later. So we come to the main contention, I guess, the vacancy allowance of the property. Class A vacancy across the board has increased through the pandemic to 10%. So it's a problematic level. And that's risen from 7% pre-pandemic. The subject property has fared far worse. They had a moment where they went below that 25 or 27% mark. And that was only for a number of months, or about a year actually, before another major tenant, Taylor McCaffrey, left. But let me be clear. This vacancy over the last decade that has been incurred, 27% on average, is not because one big tenant left. It's a combination of many tenants that have vacated this building. It's an ongoing problem. It's systemic in this property since 2013 anyway. The city had applied a 15% vacancy allowance in 2020, and I thought that was it was recognizing a balance between market performance, if we do call it an A, and site-specific performance. But what I really question is, if everything has gone down since then, or up in terms of vacancy, market vacancy has increased, subject properties vacancy has increased from 27% last cycle to 37% this cycle. Why would we not adjust the vacancy allowance further? Municipal boards have actually gone to a height of 35% in the past for a vacancy allowance, but that's for what they call chronic. We're not proposing that. But we come into an interesting situation though, and back to my question, Mr. Poole, how do you get 15%? How do I get what percentage to use? Where do these numbers come from when we have a vacancy issue? You know, if we are capped at this amount, well, how do you determine what to use in between? Municipal Board Order A07039. This is for a property on Kenniston. I think sums it up very nicely. I'd like to quote that order.
Is this in your evidence?
It is not. But I think we're allowed to cite board orders at hearing.
Yeah, you can, and we'll place the appropriate weight on any evidence.
Okay, sure. Well, the concept is actually found throughout evidence that we have in place today. And that is, and it's actually, well, if we want to talk about something in evidence, Mr. Chairman, I'll start with this. That in the assessor's evidence, he cites the board order for 330 St. Mary. Where am I turning there?
It's in there.
And apologies, I didn't find the right document. Okay.
This one.
Oh, it's over here. Thank you. For 330 St. Mary, the agent was asking for a higher vacancy allowance. The actual vacancies in the 2 years previous to the reference date was 5%, I think, 5.9, 5% in the year preceding the reference date. And then right at the reference date, 4 months later, it jumped up to, I think, 24%. And he tried to use that as part of a weighting. Of course, that's not a 3-year weighting. And the board didn't agree with that agent, and Jeremy or Mr. Poole is correct about that. But what they said is that although the property had a higher vacancy rate as of the reference date, due to the expiry lease of a significant tenant, which isn't the case in the subject, the building had experienced much lower vacancy rates previously, 5 and 5.9%. So they're admitting we looked to stabilize. We looked to action, we looked to stabilize, but in this case, it didn't have the issue I think the subject does. The subject property has had continued vacancy at this level except for 1 year. So what we hear from the municipal boards, and in that order that if the board would give it any weight, it's on Kenniston, 1715 Kenniston, they state the board is of the view that the 3-year average is a better measure than a 1-year figure, which could be an anomaly. 3-year average, Mr. Chairman. And the 3-year average of the subject property, we had the good year at 9%, and then we go to 35 and 37. The average is 27%. The average of 5 years is 27%. The average of 9 years is 26%. So I think that constitutes a stabilized issue. In conclusion, and especially recognizing that in the circumstances, both site specific and market, last cycle, a 15% vacancy allowance was applied. I am proposing that under the worsened circumstances of the reference date, we should increase that vacancy allowance to 20%. And that is a mid-ground between the market at 10 and actual at the reference date of close to 40, 37%. Okay. So that's one of the major differences. We're slightly lower on the market rent, and we have a difference on the vacancy allowance. I'll now move on to shortfall. The actual expenses calculated for the subject property, and this is also actually in the marketing materials Mr. Poole included, are about $16.70 a square foot. I think Mr. Poole calculated higher at $21.
Yeah, I'm just going based on what they're reporting.
Okay.
So the Johnson report, if you look at the P side of it, was a little less. Your report is a little less. I'm only as good as the data the report on that.
Yeah. So in any event, and I don't think Mr. Poole would necessarily agree with a slight adjustment, but we're veering from the market shortfall of $15, and we're applying something just less of the actual at 16, a minor difference. Which then brings us to probably the second most contentious issue, the non-recovered expense allowance. And I'm going to save us a bit of time here because I think I went over the main points that we're trying to make when I went through our additional study. And so whatever I said in that, I would ask that be applied as evidence for this property as well.
That's fine.
And I'll just summarize it very quickly. Okay. The expenses have been clearly stated to include items such as leasing commission, space marketing costs, language. This is established appraisal theory. It has been recognized in other assessment manuals. It previously had been recognized by the assessment department with a higher allowance anyway. We see no reason why that allowance should have been reduced. And again, if anything, what we're experiencing by April 21 is an increase in these kind of space market costs. So we asked for the 7% non-recovered total allowance. That's the 5% management non-recovered and the 2% for structural or other. Storage income, I mentioned earlier, Mr. Chairman, we've taken, it's not included in the rent roll, so we've included that as a lump sum gross income line item. And it's typically around $20,000, $20,626 in 2020 itself. And the parkade income, we have no contention with from our analysis of the actual performance. So the last item is the capitalization rate. And again, I had mentioned our studies. I'd kind of gone through our study, and I'd like to just point out some of the summary points of our conclusions. And that was that the range, or according to the brokers, and again, we give that, we approach that with caution because we don't know how they derive their cap rates, what the rationale is. But the point being made is that they're recognizing an increase in cap rates in Class B as a flight to quality happens during the pandemic, and the risks to this industry because of the the complete change of the environment through the hybrid work model. That is not just an event; it's something that will continue into the future. And the Class A's they kept stable. And what they say stable, the high end of the Class A range for the brokers was 6.25%. So we submit that if we are calling this an A, this is at the bottom end of the A's for all the reasons I mentioned. And the influence, the risks on the office market as a whole would warrant an increase to be at least the bottom end of even the broker's range at 6.25%. You'll recall that we had evidence in play, but we don't have anything that would be comparable to the subject property. So I'm not going to refer back to our comparisons that we had. But the conclusions of our analysis was that those ranges were not too far off. And so I think 6.25% is an appropriate capitalization rate for what would be considered an A minus, maybe B plus property, not connected to the skywalk, with below market rents and a vacancy issue. We agree with the city's application of 7% on the parkade. So on page 18, we have our conclusion of our value. Again, based on our analysis of actual and market rents, we have an average market rent of $18.40 a square foot net. We've applied a market vacancy allowance, influenced both by the market and by the subject property's 9-year performance at 20%. We've applied non-recovered expenses at 7%, a shortfall rate of $16 a square foot. We've added the other income for storage. And then we capitalized the NOI for the tower at 6.25%, the parkade at 7%. The resulting value, Mr. Chairman, is $23,160,000. In appendix are supporting evidence for the income analysis for the subject property. And I don't think we need to go through that, so I'll end my presentation there.
Thank you very much. And just to confirm, you're in agreement with the assessor's valuation of the parkade?
On the parkade, yes.
Yeah, $1,242,000.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Jeremy, any questions?
Yes, I'll do it in 3 phases with the actual brief. And then I have some questions regarding the cap rate study. And then I have some questions regarding the non-recoverables. And then I have a small amount of rebuttal. So
Okay, move it along.
I'll be as quick as I can. Okay. Starting in your brief. Starting on your page 15. Sorry, before we get to that, starting on your page 12, you would agree that the study which I proposed and which I brought in is greater than the rents that you're choosing to bring in. And you need, I encapsulated the entire marketplace, bringing it in. You brought in 62 rents, or I brought in virtually every rent that existed within 6 years.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. You will agree that you spoke to tenant inducements. You are including tenant inducements, tenant allowance, free rent, as well as such nature to come off of the face rent, as you would call it.
No, not at all.
So you're not accounting for that when you're including that in your non-recoverables.
In the non-recoverables, that's an amortized amount. We do not
Regardless of
adjust.
where you put it in play, rent, non-recoverables, it's a factor to come to your net operating.
Yeah, your question was though, are we recognizing it in a net effective rent? In other words, making a deduction from actual rents, and we're not.
So getting back to it. We're here and I'm looking at a net operating income. You're calculating something less than a net operating income effectively when it all works down to a net income to the owner.
I'm not sure if I understand the difference. Jeremy or Mr. Pohl's net income versus the net income to the owner. I am recognizing the net income to the owner, correct?
By definition, a net operating income is your income, operating income, your operating expenses, you subtract it to your net operating income. You're taking below line items, which are always shown as below line items.
No, they're not, Mr. Pohl.
Often when on virtually every single income financial statement, when you see it, they're always below the
If
operating.
you look at any statement from by IFRS standards for REITs, they actually include tenant inducements as a negative item in the rent revenue category. So they are certainly not always included below the
Typically,
line.
and I can go through the statements that are submitted here today. They have shown them below the net operating income, correct?
Some don't. It depends.
What the subject property does.
For the subject property, they have a net income that is after the
And
leasing
operating income, and then they take off all the below line items, right?
What page are you on?
Any one of those income statements, it's. You can go through my brief, you can go through theirs if you like.
They come down to, they go through their recoverables, they go through all the expenses, they have all their non-recoverables, and then they come to a net operating income as the bottom line. So the answer is no, you're wrong.
Let me phrase it a different way. That they come to net income adjusted, correct? Better way.
Okay, so let's all be on the same page here.
I agree.
Let's phrase it a different way.
So which
So
statement?
coming out for the net operating income,
Which page are you on?
sorry, you can look at it, page say 87.
Okay, well, let us get to 87.
Lucky have it that the copy I printed is on page number. So we're talking about the 2020, I assume, statement, right? Okay,
2018.
sorry.
Page 81, page 87 is the 2018 budget comparison.
Okay, should we be looking at the 2020? I'm not sure.
I'm just in
Which
general,
page is that then?
when you're looking at the net operating income, what they're reporting, right?
Sorry, guys, which page is that now that you want me to look at it?
I can't answer that because I don't have the page number. So Jeremy, you just tell us which page,
Your
which
brief,
document.
your brief, page 87.
Okay, and that. what doc-
87 is the budget comparison period, January 2018 to December 2018.
I'm just grabbing this one. They're all the same format, correct? Every year you look at them. We're using the same standard format, right? So when I'm looking at their net operating income, they're taking off your non-recoverables, right? Inclusive of this, where is your free rent coming into play? Where is your tenant inducements coming into play? Where is you coming off of your face rent?
Well, Mr. Pohl, if you don't mind, I prefer to look at the 2020, first of all, the most relevant to the reference date.
Well, it's the
That's
same
the-
format. We're just looking at the format. So if you go from the flow from this page where they come up with a net operating income and you flip over from 8 to 7.
Why don't we go to the 2020?
Just tell me which page, please.
Sorry, which 2020 page is yours?
I'll have to ask you, Mr. Pohl, to tell us the page because I don't have.
Fine. I have the period from January 19th to December 2019.
What page is that though? Sorry.
I was going to the back here just to.
I'm 89, 87. All I see is 2018.
I think it'd be 31 actually. Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, geez. No wonder I can't find it.
Yeah, it's three.
Not even close.
No, not on that one.
No, I mean 31 to 87.
Oh, I was
well,
starting in 18 work.
Yeah, it was on the 18. So, and I thought maybe let's just talk about 2020 because that's where I was looking.
Yeah. So
Okay, so page 31
31.
says period equals December 2020 on the end.
Correct.
It says 346 detailed income statement analysis period December 2020. And then the first line is major repair projects.
I'm looking at,
That's correct.
okay. So as long as we're all on the same page.
So the net operating income on the first year 2020 is 51,934. 2020 budget 150,031. I'm on the right page.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Keep going along to the year to date. It's the fourth last column. You'll see.
Yeah.
Okay, can we just start at page 43? Would that be easier?
Oh, geez.
Oh, I think 31 is great because this is the financial statement for the year. And I think, Mr. Paul, let me summarize it this way. You're going to see, depending on the statement, you'll see line items in different places. As I mentioned, IFRS wants it actually as a deduction from revenue, never mind as in the expenses.
So
I don't know if this is proving anything because what we are seeing is these are real expenses.
okay, let's just back up. So just the format of the brief. So we're starting on from the very beginning period for ending December 20 is on page 26, the actual financial statement, correct?
Okay, so sorry, page 26.
We have actual and budget for 2020. The left columns.
Yeah.
So we have prime rent, right? That's obviously monthly. And you have on the right hand side, you have your year-to-date actual budget for the year. That's annual. So as we go through here, we see prime rent net down minus 57 and minus 675, correct? That's the off your face rent.
That's correct.
So please explain, is this tenant inducement? Is this free rent? You have free rent below that, obviously, but how does this encapsulate to the NOI? How's it work?
I can't answer that, Mr. Bull, but I don't think it's tenant inducements. They wouldn't have that here. Free rent is a separate item.
But it's
Leasing commissions are a separate item.
it's
I mean,
675,000.
here, let's put it this way, Mr. Paul. We've gone through the entire rent roll in our analysis and we have the summary. So, I mean, how many times do we need to look at this in
So you
different
agree
ways?
that there is a deduction from the PGI, or the actual base rent of 675,000, and you don't know why?
No, I don't know every line item. I'm afraid not. It could be that there's a difference between what was asking and what was attained. It could be vacancy. I'm not sure.
Could be a number of things,
Could be a number of things.
but we know the PGI is, and it's stated at 3.3 million.
Yeah, we also know what the net operating income is.
Please, I'll get my way down there. So as we go through and you read through the lines, you can come down to, after you go through the income, obviously, there's the operating expenses attributed to that. And again, I say this because I went through all the properties quite thoroughly. When you go down to page 31, right? So here's where I'm getting down to. So you see on page 31 where it says not net operating income, right? That's taking out a significant $675,000 reduction. Inclusive of that, we see leasing costs, which we don't allow. Municipal orders don't allow. We see other costs, correct? So we come down to an NOI, which is heavily influenced by the $675,000 reduction.
Which I'm sure is, if you're questioning the validity of the owner's statements, Mr. Paul, that would be something I can't answer right now.
So the net operating
I
income
think he said he can't answer.
is 1.2 million, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Right. So, moving on from that. So you are accounting for, in my opinion, and like read that. When it comes down to the net operating income, we are adjusting for costs that we don't put back into it all, whether you call it off the face rent, whatever the case may be. You're working it back down to the net operating income. And net operating income is capitalized to come up with the market value. So you are influencing.
Sorry, if I may be clear, no, I'm not taking the income statement line item net operating income and capitalizing that. I'm going through a very diligent process based on market and actual performance to come up with what I believe is the appropriate assessed value net income, which is higher than the 1.677 shown here. It's 1.3 something. 1.369882.
Okay, so ultimately we're at $18 a square foot and you're at 1740, correct?
Correct.
Your non-recoverables, that you're actually using the parameter of what you believe it to be at 7%, correct?
Yes, correct. So it is coincidentally exactly what had historically always been used by the assessment department, but it is now based upon our study of non-recovered expenses.
Okay, so for the subject property itself, what is the non-recoverable that are reported consistently throughout the years?
What are the non-recovered reported? That would take me a bit of time to go through, Mr. Cole.
that's-
Again, the importance of the amortized allowance is that it's not based on any 1 year performance. It's supposed to be over the economic holding period of the property.
I'm just focused on this subject property for the moment.
Okay.
Over the 6-year study that I showed, they only report 2 years of non-recoverables and both of them under 1%.
I can't answer to that. I have to see each and individual
And your
state.
experience for properties within the marketplace, all this primarily does every office tower, whether A or B. Some properties are operated on a near zero or a total recoverable expense. Some of them do hover underneath or reporting 3% or 7%. In this subject properties case, when you looked at that, did you look at that and what were they?
Well, I'm looking at as one, like the page you're just drawing us to on 31, I'm looking at the line item that they say total non-recoverable operating expenses, and it's 111,863. So again, I'm not looking at that as my evidence. I don't use 1 year. This is a stabilized allowance over the period of the property.
Okay, so
But to answer your question, yeah, there would be a lot of costs involved in this or any other office building right now, because we can see the amount of money that is being spent. As I mentioned, before the pandemic, I mentioned in my brief that it was around $20 to $30 in TIs typically to attain a tenant at these rents. It's now costing up to $100 a square foot.
can I finish? Certainly on the line. But my point is, we have a property that's reporting under our parameter. You don't know what is essentially in the non-recoverables. And we have a $675,000 reduction to the PGI.
Yeah, no, but that's not TIs.
I know what that is. I'm asking you as a representative.
Yeah, and I can't answer specifically. It may be.
Answered that once.
Okay, so
It would be a legitimate line item expense. And the reason I know also that it passes my test is that I've gone through all of the rents to know what the actual potential market income should be.
okay, moving on from that point. Page 15, your vacancy study. You're indicating that you wanted 20% vacancy, which is a significant difference. Given everything that's gone on with the subject property, why did you choose not to include the lower vacancies in the 6% range, which would also be encompassing of the actual NI performances in those years?
Sorry, which 6% vacancies?
From 2010, 11, 12, when they're hovering around 6% vacancy, and their NOI is hovering around 1.9 million.
Well, the boards have said that 3 years is typically what they ask for. I personally think that's not enough. I think 5 years personally is more appropriate, maybe 3. 9 seems sufficient.
But when you're looking at a building.
I mean, I could do that analysis, Mr.
Such a
Bowles,
significant
10.
level of vacancy. When you're looking at the history of the property, why are you seeing a 6% or so and a vacancy of $1.9 billion NOI? And then when your NOI is, even with the vacancy accounted for, you see that NOI is being achieved. Why would you continue on thinking that it would be an NOI of approximately an NOI of approximately 1.36 million?
Well, why would
What kind of investment horizon are you looking for?
It's a year holding period. So to answer your question in a number of ways,
Let them answer the question.
if I'm looking at, if I'm putting myself in the shoes of the potential purchaser, which is really the exercise that we're trying to do. And somebody said to me, this building in 2010 had a 3% or 6% vacancy. And I looked at 13 to 21 and I saw a 27% vacancy. I wouldn't care in the least the performance in 2011. Would not even enter my considerations of valuation. To your question about do I feel comfortable about the NOI that I'm presenting? 100%. And again, as I mentioned, if you keep talking about the actual NOI of the property, I'm higher.
Getting to your vacancy, which you're cited, I'm not going to talk to the other order that you spoke to. I don't have access to it. I didn't review it. As far as the one for 310 Donald, this has been a recurring order that is used by Altus, correct, at this board level. I've seen it many
It's
times.
been brought up before. I don't know if that's continuous.
So have you researched the order and the subject property that it was used for?
You know, I'll reiterate again. We are not bound by previous orders. We'll put the certain amount of weight we deem appropriate on it.
Okay, I'll rephrase it. Is this a class A or B building?
Oh, it's probably I think a D, but if I may answer, Mr. Paul, I'll just cut right to the chase of what you're getting at here. Is that I'm not suggesting we use 35% subject property. I'm not suggesting we put any weight on the board's decision. I'm putting weight on, and this is consistent language from the board, that they state in that order, the board considered the subject's actual vacancy experience. In other words, we look to the market to see what's happening in general, yes, if we did consider this an A, but it's the site-specific performance that a potential purchaser would probably have more weight on. And that's what the board is stating, and that's what I'm trying to recognize in our analysis.
I'll get to the rebuttals. We can move on to this point. As far as your non-recoverables, I'll go through that first. Your study here. I sat through it, so I listened to it, I've read it. Generally speaking, how many class A or B office properties do you have?
It's a good question. I don't know if I can answer that either, but let me take a look at the study.
So page 10.
You know, I can't 100% answer. I know that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 office properties. One's on Lombard. I'm thinking that's our building, the Richardson building, but I can't be certain. So I'll just summarize by saying we have 8 offices or 9 offices, but I don't know which would be considered A or B.
Aside from the tenant inducements, the stuff that we don't encapsulate in non-recoverables, you do, that's non-contentious.
Oh, Mr. Paul, sorry, if I may, I'm sorry. I can answer that number 24 is 1 Lombard. And the reason I remember that is because when we're dealing with it in the municipal board appeal, I had done an analysis of the non-recovered. It's 5%.
Let me rephrase it a different way.
Yeah.
I know full well that our non-recoverable rate should be different than yours. We're using different methodologies.
Yeah.
But why, if you have access to, since you represent pretty much every single tower downtown, why have you not done the study on all of it?
Well, that's a good question. I guess that would take us a lot longer than I could be prepared for this hearing.
I don't think that's relevant. We already have 30 properties on this list.
But none of, there are very few are A's and B's. There will be different income streams associated with different.
Yeah, and unfortunately,
But
I can't
we don't have the income streams for these.
Again, I know, that's what I'm pointing out. Aside from that, don't really need to get into any more than that, given that question. Going on to your.
Well, just a minute. Well, Diane, do you have any questions of?
I actually do. Oh, sorry. Yes, I do. So on page 18.
Yep.
You have listed a total, the office space, and I believe the parking space. So when you look at the NOI, do you not need to add the 1,369,000 plus the 86,940 to get that total?
You're exactly right. So let me just check my math
Yeah.
here. Is the bottom line looks like it's adding, but that NOI doesn't look like it added.
No. And same as at the top on the PNMI, that did not add either.
It didn't add either. So let me just, I think, and I'm going to
I
correct.
think that should be 1,456,822.
Yeah. But I think the error is in the NOI line item, not the total amounts, but let me check. Like, I
Okay,
think
well, that's what I need to know.
ESP are correct. So we know that the 1369882 is correct for the OFA capitalized.
And you guys agreed on the 86,940.
Yes, they did.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm going to walk through this one step at a time just to make sure that my final number is correct, because I think the error is in the calculation under the total column, not the number. So the OFA tower is correct with the NOI stated, capitalized, and it comes to a value of 21,918.
Okay.
Added then the parkade, we would have the total value of the 23,160.
Okay, but now go to the other line, the NOI line.
Yeah, so if we take 1,369,882 86,940. Yeah, so the error is, and I apologize about this, but the error is actually in the total of both the rent and the NOI in the total column, but the summary is correct. Like
Okay, so in the total column.
Yeah.
What is the total NOI for this property, period?
it would be 1,369,882 plus 86,940, 1,456,822.
Okay. And then you're using the cap rate of 5.91
No, because that's a combination of the,
average. Okay, I got you. I got you now. So the 1.3 at 6.25, the 86 at 7. Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Spreadsheet, I guess the total calculations are wrong, but the sum is correct.
Yeah, same as the PNMI one
Yeah.
line, that should be added together too, but I'm not worrying about that one so much. I'm just looking at your total NOI.
But you brought up a great point, actually, because I've been saying that my NOI is higher than the actual at 1,369. I'm
Mhm.
actually at 1,456. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Okay.
Good catch, Dan.
Well, my numbers weren't adding up when I was doing anything based on what he said, so I had to figure out where it came from.
Well, and I was trying to orchestrate this stuff.
Yeah,
I still have some questions on the cap rate study, but we can do the brief if you like, or do we want to do non-recoverable cap rate? I thought that's what we're doing.
Well, we were looking at Broad's brief, right? So the panel members had a chance to answer it. Then that's put the rest, right?
So if you wanted, because I went on to the non-recoverables when maybe I shouldn't have.
You probably should have. But, is that your only question, Diane?
yes, that's it. Thank you.
Robert?
I think that if I got this right here, Rod, what you're doing is trying to take an average over time. The NOI that's reported here is an actual in 2021 or 2020. It's not, you're not using that number at all.
No, I never use an actual year's NOI because it may have had a very high vacancy for 1 year, or it may have had no vacancy for 1 year, but that's not stabilized. So I always use an NOI with caution. So for any given year.
So you're using a calculated average on your NOI, not what is reported as actual.
That's correct. Yeah, I'm using actuals to do a stabilized analysis on each of the items used in the income calculation, like vacancy anyway.
Thank you.
And I have no questions. So Jeremy,
Already did the non-recoverable portion. I apologize if I went ahead. I have no other questions for that on the non-recoverable. So if you guys want to ask, I guess on that point. I would think your questions would be the same they had for some, and as they were the same presentation.
and Diane, you don't have any questions for the non-recoverable?
I have no questions, no.
Robert?
No question.
And I have no questions. So now where are you going?
Cap rate, and then after would be just fund reservations. Okay, so cap rate. I have some questions on your cap rate study. You mentioned term uncertainty risk. I agree 100%. Once you take facts, or once you deviate from facts known, which you need reference date, at the reference date, anything beyond that is an unknown. We should not be hearing it. It's speculation, and we should rely more on facts leading up to the reference date than that. So,
Sorry, is that a question? Because I'd like to answer that.
I was going to ask you. Okay, so in this document, when you're indicating risk, that kind of thing, how much is that is post reference? How much is that predating post reference past the reference date? Is there any actual market evidence of rents that have been reduced, tenant sizes, series that have been reduced, everything that would be associated to that in constraints which you take capitalization rate from?
No, I don't have that in evidence because, I know of examples of it, but I can't speak to it. But most leases were carrying through the pandemic. But what is in evidence is, as of the reference year, the market sentiment on what they very plausibly think is going to happen because of the change environment.
Okay, so that would be speculative.
I think I mentioned that when you introduced it.
So it'd be stuck. We don't have that. I can't review it. You can't review it. That hasn't occurred. And the marketplace wouldn't be exposed to anything that would be adjusting at the reference date would be quite noticed.
So, but the comment to make to that, Mr. Cole, is that I think you're exactly right that we are bound to a reference date, and especially when we're doing stabilized NOI. But evaluation is based on the principle of anticipation. That's the whole concept of the capitalization rate is the expectation of that stabilized year one income. What's going to happen in the future? And if I came in and said, I think the world's going to be terrible, that's speculative. But if I come in with evidence from experts based on very real evidence of what's happening, of what they think is going to happen, well, that's exactly what we're trying to determine in a capitalization rate. Is get into the mindset of the market.
So some of the key points on it was there'll be a reduced demand because some of the workers would be working from home. So your square foot CRU would shift downwards, right? Based on all this presentation, the board and over the years, economies of scale you rely heavily on. Would you not then see the pendulum swinging the other way, where if your CRUs are going downwards in square foot, that rent per square foot would be increasing?
Well, that just doesn't happen. What happens is a supply-demand balance is disrupted. It becomes what's called a tenant's market. The tenant can demand to pay much less than they did before, unless the owner induces them in some way to pay more. And that's what we're seeing happen.
So larger square foot areas, which you guys have been arguing, should be receiving economies of scale of the downward end. But as the market could potentially migrate towards smaller CRUs, you do not see the reflection the opposite way where.
No, first of all, you have to understand that the concept of economies of scale is based on the premise that all other things being equal. So you can't say that a large unit in 2018, if downsized to half the size in 2021 would command more, because the complete supply balance or supply demand balance has shifted. It's a tenant's market.
I'll move on to my more direct evidence questioning. On page 6, you have an office property at 259 Portage Avenue, which is a Class C building, heritage, correct? Correct. It would be a bit more risky for even though it's out of class, we're talking with an A. And if you need a C, to be more risk and title with a heritage building, more expenses.
I agree.
So that would, in my opinion, would you, in your opinion, would that be appropriate then to be bringing it in for a B or an A?
No, I should be clear. This study that we bring in as an ancillary is overall for office, every office. You're going to see the same comparison.
And that's what I'm getting to. So for 423 Main, this has typically been looked at as a lower class B, needed extensive renovation. So again, same idea.
Well, this was extensively renovated.
Yeah.
Actually.
So again, it would be on the lower end of it on Main Street.
But according to you guys, when I dealt with this at the municipal court,
This is your office upset to the deal. So this would be a lower end being.
well, let me put it this way. I'll give you the history on the building up to the sale. Basically, the owners, the Canadian Wheat Board, put in, I think it was $17 million for that building. This is an interesting case study, actually. In the like every building has money invested. It doesn't mean it automatically increases in value on a dollar by dollar basis. They put in $17 million into that building across the street. And then a matter of years later, they had to sell because of what happened to the Canadian Wheat Board. And they went to sell it and the market was not interested. And they ended up getting $9.7 million for that property after the renovations. To answer your question, yes, in my humble opinion, I call that a B-. That's not what the city was saying to me when we dealt with this.
So again, off Main Street, lesser building then. We move on to your next comparables on page 16. 433 Main Street, which can be considered a C, as you already successfully in front of this board last cycle. Unknown to the assessor at the time was the change of which occurred after the fact of use to apartments and a couple floors, first floor of the office. Why would you be including this property in your study if the income stream itself was unviable to the point where the building had to be changed over to?
Because I think it is a shining example of what is actually happening in our market. You couldn't encapsulate what is happening in the office market in Winnipeg better than about 3 different properties. And this one I can bring in because it says of the reference date. Class B, Class C, whatever we may want to call it. This property was performing poorly. The market wasn't interested. The owners wanted to sell. The person who bought it was quite prudent, and they recognize that there is no demand for this type of property. Everything that I talk about in this study is exactly what he was thinking. And he said, I'll pay next to nothing for this property and convert a majority of it to multi-res because there's no demand for this type of office property. I think it's a great example of what is actually occurring out there, Ray.
Mr. Slaughter, you created an income stream for a property that doesn't have an office income stream.
Yeah, it had income up until the point that he purchased the property.
Okay, so the
And it was
next,
on the market based on that income.
so of your comparables, I feel like these are the only 2 or 3 of your best evidence for cap rate in the marketplace that you're aware of.
Yeah, there's unfortunately, Mr. Poole, not many sales of office buildings between last reference statements.
I will challenge that. We've been under appeal. You represent the entire marketplace for office property. You had 224H and were fully aware that the assessor derived cap rate was 6% and the other street derived cap rate was 6.4% when it was purchased.
Sorry, when was that purchase?
That purchase was May 2013.
Yeah, no, I said between April 18. I mean, yeah.
Let me rephrase the question. The best market evidence is the sales that which occur within the marketplace. And it's given that that was one of the 4 OFBs that did sell leading up. That is
Mr.
the best
Chairman,
market.
hang on a second.
Correct.
I'm being questioned on something that's not in evidence from
I was just
2013.
gonna say, it's not in evidence. Move on.
Okay.
And stick to the point.
Let me rephrase it then.
It's not in evidence.
So but that's my whole point. There's good sales that are out not within your evidence. Why did you not occur?
You can't ask somebody why he didn't include something.
Of 4 good sales of capitalization rates in downtown Winnipeg, you chose not to bring them in your study.
Sorry, which, Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to start going down this rabbit hole. of
No,
talking
we're
about
not
the-
going down this rabbit.
Fair enough. With that, I'll end my presentation.
Thank you. Diane, do you have any questions?
Oh, no, sir.
Robert? None for me, thank you. And I have no questions. So I believe that concludes 400.
Just the rebuttal. Speak to it 30
Do we have it?
Quickly speak to it. It'll take me
Just hang on, let me get to it.
Where was it put in?
Just a moment.
I don't have it.
It's not there yet.
It's not there yet. It's not there yet, Dan.
Okay.
It is,
Okay, I put that in your folder.
it's there on the folder at the bottom.
Not with
Hang on. No, I still don't see it.
Okay, should be there now.
Okay, just a minute. Let me go in again.
So the very top, rebuttal file, ANT file 1178 and 1088.
It also
Oh, a
covers
few seconds ago. I got it now.
your,
14 pages worth.
yes.
Okay.
I'll quickly speak to the order that was presented. This is for 310 Donald. It's for a D- building. When you looked at this property, I couldn't actually get the order from the municipal board. We didn't have it in our files in the system either. Actually, thankfully got it from Mr. Slaughter. As the pictures show, this is a building, very old building. It was from 2000, property itself was 1907, I believe. The building had near 45% unleasable area. It was a tear down already, and it did get torn down. When I looked at the order, they applied a 35% vacancy. After reviewing the property, I don't know if the administrative approach should ever been applied to this property. I know they did. My question would be rather than just simply degrade it down to the point where it really isn't a viable industry anymore. After looking at this has no relationship to the downtown investment grade property. So as you can see, it was redeveloped. It's across from True North block to the site. There is no reason to put any weight on this order for a class A, B, or any kind of investment grade property. And after that, on page 12, 13, and 14, is simply a synopsis of municipal board orders which indicate we do not use tenant inducements, improvements, lease allowances, anything to reduce your market value of the property. So you put it in at the top end of the income stream, or at the bottom end, expenses, income, you don't reduce the NOI in order to come up with this. That's our position until it gets reversed. Consider whatever word comes out of it at that point in time. But there's been so much literature on this, it's like arguing post-reference information. Should we do it? It wasn't successful last time as a municipal board, and I don't think it should be successful here either. For that, I'm done with presentation, and I'll just do
So quite frankly, some of these orders are from 1994, 1997.
Yeah, I would like a chance to question, Mr. Chairman. I'll try and keep it short.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Paul, okay, first, I completely agree with you. 310 Donald isn't appropriate as a comparison, and that's not why I had it in evidence. It was only to talk about the board's rationale that site-specific vacancy must be recognized. That's all. Now, with the decisions that you put in, or the quote, sorry, in your rebuttal, have you read all of these decisions? Do you have them here today?
I don't have them here today. It would turn into a much longer hearing if I did. I have them on file. Where they come from.
Okay, and you read them all?
I have read, don't have them all memorized, but I went through them all.
Okay, so you'd agree then that in every one of these cases that the board made a comment about leasing commissions and tenant inducements, they did apply the 7% total, or in some cases 8% non-recovered expense allowance. Is that correct?
If you're looking at it from that perspective, yes.
That's correct. And you would agree that the question being asked of the board in every one of these cases is not the question that I'm asking today, which is to keep the 7% non-recovered expense allowance. It was that the agent in each of these cases wanted the lump sum tenant inducements or free rent at the beginning of a lease or whatever it may be deducted from the base rents to come up with a net effective. Is that correct?
Generally, I would say so.
And if the 7% allowance, if I'm correct, based on appraisal theory, based on assessment direction, based on everything I have in evidence, if that actually contemplates amortized tenant inducements and leasing commissions, would the board, by allowing those deductions, would that be tantamount to double counting those items by deducting them from the income and allowing the allowance?
I couldn't say. I mean, that's up to the opinion of the board.
Would you disagree that the question we're asking today about the non-recovered expense allowance is not at all what is contemplated in any of these board decisions?
Well, okay, now I'll answer that too with different two parts. A, I looked at all the literature that was in place. B, I did my own study to determine what actual non-recoverables were. I don't think assessor or agent has ever went to the municipal board revision level and actually done a study to prove out the numbers.
It'll happen.
I've done it. You have it here today. You have it for rent, you have it for non-recoverables, you have it for shortfall, and you have it for vacancy, all in relationship to each other, individual to every property and the global perspective of the marketplace.
Yeah,
That's never been done at the municipal board. That has never been done at board revision. I'm the first to do it. The property that under appeal is done and the market that it sits in is done, all in relationship to each other. It couldn't be more fully answered.
So the difference, though, is you'd agree that when we do our analysis on the non-recovered expenses, we follow the direction of appraisal text, et cetera, and we include space marketing costs, whereas you're saying that you're excluding them because the board has stated they won't deduct them.
I exclude them because A, correct, but also that would erode what market B. The whole point of getting this flow to the years and the actual look at individual properties and the local marketplaces, any outliers, which be induced tenant inducements, which I worked very well and hard to reduce those. There's still a bit of an influence in there. I have removed that. You see what the marketplace is. So any lower outlier rent, which you see, or maximum rents that you see, those aren't the ones we're relying on, which may be tenant induced.
So, yeah, I'm going to suggest that every one of these orders is asking a different question than what we're asking today. And I'm going to actually go one step further.
Well, and I'm going to clarify this. We don't know what these orders say.
I do. I've read every one of them, Mr. Chairman.
Well, that's nice, but it's not evidence before us.
I do have it before us if we'd like to consider it. I have one of the orders here.
You know what? I think we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to just clarify one thing. I kind of hastily said I've read every order. I read every order I could obtain. There's a few of 97 I couldn't find.
Well, the board has considered this latest debate. And we have enough information on this property from both parties. We will place due consideration to the evidence submitted. But this bantering has to stop.
I will try.
No, not try. It will have to stop. It's not appropriate, I don't think.
Okay.
So you can each do a small summation. And I do mean small, short. So Jeremy, if you want to go forward.
I will be as quick and succinct as I can. I prepared an analysis for marketplace to set the assessment to once they come out of modeling to review context of the assessment depending on that appeal. I've done a 6-year study on 660 CRUs that they stuff, encompassing both the A and the B. That is the largest study that's ever been done that I'm aware of from an agent or assessor perspective. It's never been presented at a legal tribunal. This is the first of its kind. I have done my due diligence to present the complete marketplace as far as achievements, asking rents, which are outside of the agency or tribunal process, which is what's actually occurring in the marketplace. And it encapsulates all parameters, less cap, in relationship to each other to produce what the actual performance of the marketplace is. I've stabilized the last 3 years leading up to the reference date because I feel it's appropriate.
Well, I think we've heard all of that.
From that point, you have the most information that's ever been presented in a very clear way. You can make use of it as you see fit. If you don't think the analysis on my end is correct or they're incorrect, you have the full marketplace at your fingertips to review. My view as far as what the property is performing at, we see that 1.9 million NOI predating just before the significant and insignificant for vacancy. Why would that not be achieved now in an appropriate management strategy with the marketplace parameters that you see in that study? It is achievable. I've made an allowance. I think an allowance of 50% is reasonable given what's going on. And I think the value that in place is correct. The only issue I really had, which I'm trying to address, and I'll tactfully work around it since it wasn't in the brief and the mission had been asking in it, was the omission of 4 good or B properties, Class B properties that occur within the marketplace. It is in my brief. It is in the picture of St. Mary's Border. You can review it if you want. Those are the actual cap rates that were verified. That's the best evidence we have. We don't have an actual OFA that it's sold. So given that those are what they are in the 6 to 7% range, a better producing property, a Class A building should be somewhat underneath that. So I think the capitalization that we apply to the NOI with the adjustments that we made then out is appropriate. The assessment that you see today is reasonable given everything that's going on with the property.
Okay, thank you, Rod.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If this property is an A, it's at the lower end of the A category. That's evidenced by the rents it actually attains, the vacancy experience. Our analysis considers market, considers site-specific performance over not 3 years as directed by the boards, but actually up to 9 years. And there is a problem with this property that needs to be reflected in valuation. With regards to the non-recovered expenses, we completely disagree that the boards have said ignore these expenses. What they were asked is a different question. They were asked to deduct it from face rents when that allowance is already applied. So I asked the board to consider that. And again, with the capitalization rate, as I say, this is an isolated bottom of the category, Class A at best. I think 6.25 is more reflective. I apologize about the calculation error, and I thank you very much.
Thank you. And that concludes 400 St. Mary Avenue. And the next property on the docket is 200 Main Street. Any preliminary issues on this one? No. Okay, Jeremy, you can proceed with your presentation.
Roll number is, address is 200 Main Street. Roll number is 1209297050. It's Class B prime office building. Upper and B, built in 1990, gross floor area is 122 square feet, leasable area we have in at 170,372 approximately. Photos of the subject property are such on page 3. It sits on the corner of York and Main. And page 4 is the other property. On page 5 is the income stream for the York B portion. We have an average of $14.53 a square foot put into the property. There is a smaller CRU or retail bank, there's a retail bank in there. Overall, our PGI was approximately 1.7 million. Vacancy was at 11%. Our parameter of expenses, non-refundable expenses at 3%, shortfall at 12%, or NOI of 1,370,000 approximately, and capped at 6 3/4 gives us our value for the ocean at 19,522,000. The next portion of the property will be a little bit more debate on. That is the parking parameter at market, which was agreed upon last appeal, same area, same. You could say it's slightly better given the fact that it's close to Portage and Main. But realistically, it's within the NCA 161 North Broadway, South Portage in that area. We have 325 stalls. The parameter we put on is $103.50 a stall. That produces a net operating income. Again, those are net at $403,650. Capped at 7% gives us our $5,766,000. Same comparables that we have. This parkade I looked at, I've had it in case management. I reviewed it. This parkade is not open to market. It's for the owner occupier portion of the building and the tenant in place. I've looked at it. I called the contact person up apparently and confirmed with Rod as we go along. It's not at market, they don't pay market rates. So with the influence of below market and then with the owner occupied section maybe not being paid anything, I'm not sure exactly what's going on. So there is no real way to take the subject property performance of the parkade and put it at market because it's just not. So we'll get to the IU portion of it. As you can see, highlighted in blue on page 17.
Just let us get there.
It's okay.
17?
Yeah. They're reporting 320 stalls. 325 we have. It's not 45 stalls. Their monthly rate gross is $113.50 a stall. That is far below market for outside parking to the point where you shouldn't be using it. And I know it's not included in the hearing through policing areas, but there's an issue with the parking there as well. But that agent wanted to be reflective of what was actually going on the property. The board did not allow that. They scrapped it and went to market. That's exactly what I'm indicating here. It should be market based on the performance of the surrounding properties. Because what they're reporting here is so far under market, it just raises red flags. So the rest of the property, as you can see, for the IE is just for the two tenants. Sorry, they had a small little kiosk area for Handy Bar on Main Street. I don't believe they're still there at the moment for 600 and some odd square feet. But the rest of the building is occupied by Citibank Credit Union. Wallenese owns the building, and Citibank Credit Union rents. So when you look at what the model produced, I then go to the marketplace, which starts on page market study, which starts on page 11. I'm not going to go through it in much detail. I now can grasp what I did last time. They will face exactly the same type of analysis, just taken to the B class marketplace.
Well, you can just ask for it to be carried forward.
Yeah, but they're different numbers. They're different numbers. So like the A's were for the A's and the B's are for the B's. So, but the same rationale applies, same methodology that was used. So when we go through it, we look at the stabilized rent, we have $14.39 per weighted average. And it's hovering around 14, a little over 14. Yeah, your max min be about 10, 19. The vacancy again, 12%, 13%, 8.7% for those average, weighted average and median. And again, weighted average is a more truer number as they're less influenced by they're actually taking actual square foot area. So again, we looked at 17 leases that leased up. There's significantly more if you look at the follow-up years, 15 to 17, but we're only using the 18 to 20 years stabilized. So for over 1 million square feet of inventory, just over 1 million square feet of inventory, we have about a 12% vacancy weighted and a 14.39 rental rate. We look at the same analysis as far as the OFB statistical analysis on it. Same idea, one standard deviation. You're in 12.79 to almost $16, 15.99. The mean is again 14.39, and you look outside those ranges, which are more extreme. It's a little bit more pushed to the greater side of it, north of $16 a square foot, but there is 26 series and 35 series on either side of the second standard deviation. So the results are very good. So from that indicator, let's look at the marketplace. That's what they're asking. We see what they're asking is around 15.37 and 25, median 15, around there. You see that the customer Wakefield report the vacancy is 10%. The weighted average is roughly similar to 57. You see that the Johnson report is at 13% weighted average, and with their again they're about 15.37 for so we're about $1 underachieved what they're asking for. So there is the issue of, well, we can't get what your numbers are saying. Well, you're actually asking for more than what our numbers are saying. We're showing that dollar difference for cheap rent versus asking rent. And again, same idea. We removed the owner-occupied properties. It was actually reported at 7% for vacancy, but again, if you don't participate in the marketplace, it should be redacted out. So that information was. Shortfall is what it is at 14.59. So when you look through the properties and the actual individual studies on page 12 to 13 and 14 and 15, you see what it is. There's obviously much more B-class property than A that rent. We see that 200 Main Street is on page 13, second one down. We see the way that this is reported. I have to reflect what's being reported on the INE. There are 2 tenants that occupy the building. One tenant was reported as leased as a total summation of the CRUs, and then later on they show individual CRUs, which to summate for the total. So I guess there was a difference in the person reporting it. So there's a bit of a difference, but realistically, there is one CRU that rents and one that or one portion of the building that's rented and the other portion occupied by the ownership group. So as we see, there's been no vacancy for several years. The tenant that is in place occupies approximately 62,000 square feet. We see that their reported rent is 14.37, and I'm catching the step ups as we go. And then it's 14.94, and then there's a bit of an anomaly where it's 13.92, caught in a pause, and that's simply what they reported. And then in the following year, it's 14.48. So overall, you're looking at 14.20-ish, even with a bit of a dip, which I'm a little bit suspect on 13.92, but that's just what they reported. So overall, that's in line with market. That's a bit under. It's a bit older rent, but again, this is a good prime building. We think it'd be a little bit past the median. But we have pretty much right at the median market is. So from that point, you can catch the direct evidence for the shortfall, which is the 200 Main Street, not reported, but that's what they're reporting, or so they're not reporting to the funds report. And I would think so, because it doesn't really, it's owner occupied in this one tenant, right? So how much advertising actually goes into this building? Not a lot. Aside from that, the only thing that really stuck out to me is, like I said, it's the parking income not being at market and exposed to market. And if you're not there, you shouldn't be using the contract that's in place, whatever reductions that are in play. You should be using what the market data is to come up with the value for that. So when we get back to the overall, which is on page 8, We have a total of both income streams estimated to 25,288,000. I think that's reasonable. I think that's very reasonable for a B prime building, one block off Orange. That I'm open to questions.
Thank you very much. Rod, any questions?
Sorry, one block off Portage?
You have one block and it's the next block. Well, I guess you want to look at it from where it's located 2 blocks off.
So you admit there's a difference between the owner's submitted rent roll every year. They break down all of the different units in the property, and there's a discrepancy between that total and what was entered on line 301, which is used as the assessable leasable area.
Sorry, say that again.
Well, I think you mentioned at the end that they break down all the rents on the rent roll.
Oh, yeah, yes.
And that total is different than what's assessed.
They reported it as the total sum of the units that were rented, and then they broke it out. So there is some deviation between the rents that I took, and I pointed that out, but realistically, I can only reflect what's on the IE.
Which is the sum total of the rent roll. Would it not be 111,047?
No, well, that's the total area.
Yeah.
But not the leased area.
Would that be the leased area, what they're reporting on the rent roll?
Right, but Walmanese occupies it from our occupier.
And they state themselves as each of those units. Here, it'll take-
Sorry, there's this Assiniboine credit in union and there's Walmanese, so one's owner occupier, one's tenant. So the leasable area, which is occupied by the owner, doesn't pay anything. There's no lease to report.
They still, Mr. Chairman, if I could direct the board to page 18, that's what I'm referring to here.
Sorry.
So
Page 18.
so page 18 of your brief is every year they submit a rent roll as well, which specifies the Assiniboine Credit Union's rent for each floor. And of course, they're one tenant, so it's like one lease, but they show specifically what each floor is.
Yeah.
And Wawanesa as well, their own space, and then their tenants on the main floor. So my question is, and I thought you mentioned this in your presentation, summing these does not bring you to 117,000 that you're implying. It brings you to 111,004.
I didn't summate it in that with the rent study. I took the actual renting tenant and used that in the study. I did not use Walmanese in the study at all. Their owner occupied.
Yeah, that's included. So sorry, what number, where do you get the 117,000 from, Mr. Bull?
That's simply stated on what we had on file. This IE changed. The area that we have on file is 117, or this cycle for this IE is 117,361. So if there's been any changes from we're at 117,362, or sorry, 170,372,000 square feet. So my view is basically the same. Right.
Yeah, but, my question though is that you mentioned the sum total of the rents, leased areas, is not what they placed on row 301.
Oh, no, I'm going straight from what the summation is from here.
From there, yeah.
So every year, so
that?
just so we're clear, in the study,
Yeah.
every time I look at an IE, I take what's reported as being true, complete, and accurate, signed off and
Perfect.
authorized.
Yeah.
I look at the areas that are in place.
Yeah.
And then I take the rents that are in place, calculate and put it back in. So we do not go with what's on file from the year before, or the year before that.
Right.
We go from what's submitted on in that year.
Okay, so then my question is, because that's great. That's exactly what you should do. That's why people submit this. But the total of this, is it not 111,047?
I'd have to go from what my area.
No, that's fine. I'll go through that in direct. I just want to
Maybe I'm not-
just want to understand where.
Yeah, like the total leasable area is what they're declaring, basically what we have on file.
Okay.
Few square feet off.
Yeah, there's a discrepancy, but I'll explain that. Direct. That's fine.
Right.
Did you have a chance to inspect the property? To understand?
This property I've been inspected now.
Okay, so you're aware that the restaurant that was on the main floor vacated a number of years ago,
Yeah, I mentioned
and the credit union that was on the main floor vacated as well. Or
Yeah.
close.
recently, yes.
Parkade, you mentioned that this is closed to market. Wawanesa, of course, have internal rents, but Assiniboine Credit Union is an arm's length tenant, correct?
They are, but they're not open to the marketplace. What I mean by that is there's no posted rates. It's not operated by an independent park or whatever operating management. No one from the outside of that tenancy can go and park there. I can't park there. You can't park there. It's not exposed to the marketplace.
No, but the meeting of the minds between the credit union and the owner, would that not be a legitimate example of what that space contained?
Unless it's test the marketplace, no. You would need a market strategy and plan in there for parking. When you see $113 gross, when.
No, well, that's blended with Wawanesa. No,
Yeah, I'm aware, but I mean, there is discrepancies from what marketplace even surface parking around that area is so far below it that that's triggered me investigating it. And obviously we saw the non-compliance penalty for the prior years, but this year they filled out everything correctly. And when they reviewed that actual, the 3 points for what the actual rent in place is, or the total collected rent versus the gross, I mean, it's so far on the market.
so in your opinion, what the credit union is paying, which is 150 gross a stall, that's a deal. That's what you're
That's
saying.
not ever reported on the IME, but they reported on the IME is their stall is 113.
Yeah, well, that's the blended, but I'm stating.
Well, no.
on the road with what.
I'll make it crystal clear. They report 113.50 per stall for 320 stalls. And you take that number and you take it back to why we're asking for the parking. It's to 274,879. It's so far out of relationship with these three metrics.
Yeah, but Mr. Paul, I'm trying to explain that in my question. Like, Wawanesa has non-market rents, credit union does, as far as everyone's concerned. But you're suggesting that if they are paying 150 a stall, you're saying that's not market? No, I know, but that's blended with the market. That's all the questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Diane, any questions?
No, thanks.
Robert?
That's just probably a mathematical error. On page 1, you asked for a value of 25,137. And now you're asking on page 8 for 25,388. It's mathematical. Look on your opening page.
No, I see that. It's a live goal, unless they change the square foot area recently, and I read the brief after it was released, there may be a small difference. I'm not asking for anything other than what's released, the 25,137 being confirmed. I apologize. I didn't
On page 9, page 8, you got a different number.
Okay, but like in larger buildings, that comes more into play because there may be tweaking of the areas. When I go to run the brief, it's a live system, so it might be a.
25,137. Okay, thank you.
Here's a question. So the parking structure was built in 1990. Was the office building not constructed after that?
I don't believe so. It's the foundation of the building.
I'm just asking the question, was the office building constructed after the parking lot?
Not as far as I'm aware, but maybe not according to the records I saw anyway.
Then I must have saw something different in your presentation.
Oh. I have had a typo.
Okay, that was my only question. We can touch on it when Rod does his. Okay, Rod.
Thank you. Actually, Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to check one thing. Checking the building description. So if I did state that, I apologize. I've been there, but according to the city's records of building descriptions. Okay, so if I could ask everyone please to turn to page 6 and 7 of the direct evidence. Once again, Mr. Pohl's gone through everything. I'll correct one statement. The subject is 3 blocks south of Portage. It's on the corner of York, south side of York and Main Street. 7-story masonry wall structure built 1990. You can see in the picture that the main and second floor are larger. They're about gross area 32,000 feet, and then the upper floors 3 to 7 are about 11,500 or so. The first floor has a plan area of 27,602, and that's because part of the main floor has entrance to the parkade and entrance to a loading dock that erodes the gross area. And the leasable area is 23,375 square feet. It's occupied, and I was just at the property a couple of weeks ago. And I'll just pause for a moment, Mr. Chairman. The reason I was asking Mr. Pohl about the leasable area is there is a discrepancy between what the city applies at 117,000 372 and what the owner reports as the sum total of their rents on the rent roll, which is correctly what Mr. Pohl would review. That's the point of submitting that evidence. And that actually totals to something less, which I'll talk about in a moment. But because of that discrepancy, I asked the owner, I need to see what's happening. And the discrepancy was on the main floor. And probably the best thing to do, Mr. Chairman, is quote the owner, because I went back to them and said, well, how did this happen? Why are you saying on line 301, the 117,361? And she stated, in the stacking plan I maintain, I have a total GLA of 111,778, which pretty much matches what you have. This leaves a difference of 5,583 square feet that I can't account for from the historical GLA of 117,361 that's been used. However, there have been many changes to the building and tenancy since we purchased it. Our finance team has been using the historical GLA. Question, should I be using the actual? My answer was, well, yes. So it's something they've had on record since the building was occupied differently. And what's happened over the last number of years is they've had vacancies from Ivory Restaurant vacating the restaurant portion, the credit union closing their main floor credit union. And basically Wawanesa is just kind of taking over the space. So it's still part of the GLA, but they just take it over. And right now it's one space is renovated but empty. The other one they don't know what to do with. So in any event, what the owner is reporting on the rent roll is the correct GLA as of today, and it is less at 111,047 is my calculation of their numbers.
So just to clarify, you're showing on page 2, 111,780.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, and when I total up what they have on the rent roll, it's 111,047.
I mean, it's a small amount, but
Yeah, I think, Mr. Chairman, I prefer to stick with what they submitted in evidence as the actual rents, because even she says, she goes, you're close, it pretty much matches. So I prefer to stick with the 111,047, which is what I use in my income approach.
So basically 5,000 square feet or so, 500 square feet or so disappeared.
It's become common area.
What part of like, you have to physically change that?
Well, it's just-
where was that subtracted from?
It's just parts of what used to be leases that they've now opened up for common area for both tenants. I think there was like a sitting area sort of for the credit union as well.
I'd have to walk through it and look at it, but I mean, small. I don't want to say small.
no, it's not small.
Wow.
In any event, that they've explained it to me and hopefully I'm explaining it to the
First time
board.
here. First time here right now.
Well, the rent rolls have been the same for the last number of years.
So it's 111.
Well, 047 is what's on the last rent roll, which I prefer to use because that's the basis of my analysis. So, and by going through the main floor, I tried to make sure that there wasn't an area that seemed to be missing. And I verified that each of the areas, the restaurant is now part of Wawanesa's space. The old credit union is part of Wawanesa's space. There is an area that seems to be like a common lunchroom area. There's some storage in the back. And I seem to make sense of everything on the main floor, which is the only area I think this discrepancy could lie. Second floor is completely occupied by the credit union. And then from 3 up, it's shared between, not shared, but each floor is either credit union or Wawanesa. I think 6 is credit union and the rest is Wawanesa. Now, what is, if I was a potential purchaser looking at this building, and I've talked about what's happening in the market, in the office market as of April 21, both what's actually happening on that date and what people are afraid of. And another thing that is coming is yet another disruption in supply, and it's known as of April 21. And it is, as stated in June 13th, 2019 article in the Free Press, Wawanesa is constructing a 19-story, 300,000 square foot building at the True North Square complex to become the home of the Winnipeg company's 1,100 employees who currently work out of 6 different locations in the city. Occupancy is estimated to be in 2023. They're leaving this building. And that I think would be a concern in a fee simple perspective if I'm looking at purchasing the building. And the condition of the space is such that they haven't really done anything because they're leaving. So the space is not in the best condition. I think it was last renovated probably early 2000s. So on page, I'll skip ahead then to page 11. So the basis of my income analysis is to apply what they've reported as their leasable area on the rent roll and what I've confirmed in discussions with the owner as what should be the leasable area. So that is, oh boy, again, I'm saying 11,780. Make sure.
Not 047.
Okay, I seem to have used the 11,780 in my income approach. So that's it, Mr. Chairman. That's what we're using, despite them reporting a little less. So the leasable area of the office tower is stated on the owner's rent roll is less than the city. And it varies between the two, but I'm using 111,780. Although the owner states on line 301 that the area is the 117,361, we now know why. Finance department had historical documents back when it was Sports Manitoba in the building and different tenants. And so she said in a different email, the total GLA of 117,361 is historical as the building requires updated BOMA measurements to capture changes due to renovations over the years, and the discrepancy is mostly attributed to what is now common or service areas on the main floor. That's right from the owner. So we're using their actual leasable area of 111,780. We look to the actual lease for the credit union first, because that's in place and it's arm's length. And they paid $15 a square foot for the bank space in the upper floors. Of course, they vacated the bank space now, and $12.50 gross for that main floor storage. And then Handy Mart has a very small space on the main floor that they pay $14 net for. So the question is, what do we apply for the Wawanesa then? If we know the rest. And first question about the credit union, if we're going to use that as any sort of basis for larger space, was there tenant inducements in that? And I found out that yes, in fact, the municipal board order A07087 states the Assiniboine Credit Union rent $12 per square foot at that time reflected tenant improvements. And then they've just stepped up since. So I've looked to market for large Class B spaces. This is now page 12, Mr. Chairman. And the discrepancy between Mr. Pohl's study of Class B spaces overall and what we show in our analysis here is we're trying to hone in only on larger Class B spaces because we do think economies of scale should play a part in our analysis. And the rents that we're looking at here for Class B space average $11.44, the median is $12. We didn't feel appropriate with that because credit union is higher than that, although it's a stepped up rent with tenant inducements. So in the end, we tried to find a middle ground, and we applied $14 to the Wawanesa space. Okay, so we've got the actual on the credit union, actual on the Handy Mart, actual on the storage, and market 14 on the Wawanesa. What you'll find interesting, Mr. Chairman, is though the total rental income is lower than the city, the main difference is because of the area. So we're actually on a per square foot basis very close. I'm at 1440, and I think Mr. Pohl was 1445 or something, 1453. So we're close on that, but I asked that the actual area be used instead of the incorrect area. So that's really one of the main contentions of the three. We have no contentions with the vacancy or the shortfall in this case. I'll save my presentation on the non-recovered expenses, but let me just say that this would apply to any property for that matter, but certainly multi-tenant properties. So we're asking for 7% on the non-recovered. And lastly, the capitalization rate. I've gone at length about what's happening out there in the market at April 21. We saw a building across the street go onto the market and perform quite poorly. There's a concern in the Class B market, especially because of the flight to quality that's happening now, that the supply-demand balance has shifted. The brokers, for the weight that we give on them, on their study that the city included and we included in evidence, indicates a range with a top end of 7. They're basically 6.5 to 7 on the Bs. Colliers is lower than that, but the others are 6.5 to 7. We've seen that there has been a basis point increase on the Bs from studies before to now, and it makes sense based on what I've described. The subject property is, I would say, not the ideal Class B because it isn't, again, connected. This is the same argument I had on 400 St. Mary. It's not at all connected in any way to the walkways. And it's not in the best condition because the main occupant is going to be vacating in about 2 years from the reference date. So for that reason, I would put this at the upper end of the Class B scale for cap rates. So we're a little higher than the city was at 6.75. We're asking 7%. No contention on the cap rate for the parkade, but we are different on the parkade income. So I completely agree with Mr. Pohl. The blended overall rent that they have, 103 gross, is low, and that's because 200 of the 320 stalls are owner occupied, and they charge their own rent to their tenants or to their workers, and it's low. So we ignore that. But it is open to the market in the fact that 120 stalls are leased to a Assiniboine credit union. In my mind, that's an arm's length transaction. They pay 150, they're paying 145 gross for 120 stalls, and then they downsized in 2020 to 105 stalls at 155. We're going to apply 150 per stall to everything. And the reason it's a little lower is there's something that we're missing in the parkade analysis, I think, and that is vacancy is included in the overall rent, as opposed to office where we have a potential rent and then we deduct vacancy and expenses. The parkade income is supposed to be everything together, and it's inclusive of the vacancy, and that's fine because the vacancy on these is usually low. But what do we think happens when vacancy increases on the offices? And certainly at the reference date, this parkade was basically empty because people were working from home. But as we move into this new reality, if we expect the vacancy is increased on the offices, one would expect an increased vacancy on the parkade as well. I'm not talking future, because we already see the vacancy increase by April 21 to 13% or 12%, sorry, for Class B. And that's an increase from last cycle. I think that needs to be recognized in the parkade valuation. And so I'm slightly lower than what Assiniboine Credit Union is paying. I'm using 150 gross. Then from that, we deduct a 40% ratio for expenses, and that would bring us to a net of $90. I don't think we're drastically different, but I just wanted to explain how we're getting to our number. And so we are a little lower at 345,600 as total amount. Again, applying that market rent, the actual rent for credit union, to all stalls, including Wawanesa. And then we have the 7% cap rate. So in conclusion, and I checked and it looks like my math on this sheet is correct. So lucky there. We have the two income streams, the OFB. I've explained what we've done on the market rent, and I asked for the non-recovered expenses, and we asked for an increase on the cap rate. It would bring us to a office tower value of 16,920,000 rounded. And if we applied the slightly lower rent on the parkade, we would have an indicated value of 4,937,000. The total value, Mr. Chairman, is 21,857,000. I don't think there's anything else that I need to go over in the appendix. So that concludes our presentation.
Thank you very much. Jeremy, any questions?
Yeah, just the area, we'll start at that. Was there any permits taken out to change internal interior alterations, meaning backing out that area?
I assume so. I can't answer that though. I don't have the permits here. All right.
And you're quite confident it's only on the main floor?
Well, there's three things that I've done. I've gone through back and forth over all the rent rolls to try and make sure I'm not missing anything. The second was I talked to the owner preliminary, and she confirmed exactly what I said. Oh yeah, we changed the area because the tenants changed and there's common area now. Then I went and inspected the property to make sure I could understand what's there now. Then I went back to the owner to reconfirm, which she did. So the problem is finance department is writing on 301 a historical leasable area, which I guess the city's been maintaining to use. But in fact, they've been communicating to the city year after year the actual rental leasable area. And if you total that, it's 111.
So I'm more in the line of reflecting the physical condition of the building at the reference state. My whole rationale on that is, did they physically change the spaces to change away from the leasable area, or did they just not use it?
Yeah, she's saying they changed. There's many changes. Spaces and it's left.
You can say an inspection through this. All right. Realistically, the next segment is the parking. You've alluded to that. You would agree that it is not being operated by an Emporium or another downtown property company. So there really is no test to see whether it's at market. Well, there's not market participation.
I think, okay, here, let me summarize it this way. I think the meeting of the minds between the credit union and the owner would result in a market rent. If it didn't, if it's below market, that's an inducement.
Okay.
And that inducement should be recognized also when we look at the credit union's face rent on the office.
Let me phrase it a different way then. For the parking valuation, you're then doing a leasehold improvement. You're doing a leasehold contract analysis on it, not a fee simple analysis, because you have no market parameter comparables. You haven't gone through any of that. You're just taking the contract rent in place
Yeah,
for the stalls as such.
not quite. I always do a fee simple analysis. I use actuals where I think they are the best indicator of market. So that's why I haven't used the actuals for Wawanesa. That doesn't pass the test. They're not arm's length.
So then where is your analysis for the parking?
The lease for the, that they
Like, that's
pay.
the least, that's not the market comparables that you should be examining. You have market comparables for the rents.
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying, Mr. Paul, is that I think if these two parties have come to an agreement on that rent, then there's two conclusions. It's at market, or it is below market, and therefore it's considered an inducement, and I should be looking at the $15 I applied as the contract rent based on actual or their office space.
Like,
Now, let's talk about the space though, Mr. Pohl, as well. Who else would rent these spots? There's really nothing else in close proximity to this building. Again, when I say isolated, I don't mean it's out in the middle of nowhere, but for downtown Winnipeg, I know that if I'm looking for underground parking, don't want to walk 2 blocks to my building. I don't think anybody does. You don't really want to walk 1 block. You want to be either connected or very close proximity. And this building is relatively isolated.
are you aware that across the street, there's multiple parking on surface that are greater than this gross rent?
Possibly. Yeah.
So my whole rationale is this is so far below even surface parking that
I don't know that. I'm not going to answer that question without seeing that in evidence, but I won't disagree. Let's say that.
fair enough. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, so I conclude. I think this is the meeting of the minds, which indicates market, and if it's not, then it's an inducement, which should be considered in my rent analysis for the tower.
That's it. Thank you very much. Diane, any questions?
No, sir.
Robert?
No, I have none. Thank you.
And I have none. So, gentlemen. We have heard all of the items scheduled today, and this hearing is now adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you.